Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon to all the wonderful people present over here. Today is the second day of our Widex Digital Summit 2020. We all witnessed some amazing sessions yesterday. Yesterday, we had session at the same time from 3:30 to 7. And we had some great insight into many of the amazing topics from some prominent speakers from all across the globe. And let me tell you, today's session would be very high on intensity and quality as compared to yesterday. Mark my words, like today you will feel that adrenaline rush as the session moves ahead from one speaker to another, because a lot of brainstorming has been done by some of the best brains for this summit to happen. So let us just quickly go through the agenda for the day. Our first session will come from Dr. Hari Prakash from Manipal, India. He would speak on effects of hearing loss on cognition in elderly. Then our second speaker is Mr. Oliver Townend from Denmark, and he would take us on a tour on AI, machine learning, and AI and machine learning in hearing aids. Then we'll proceed further with our third session coming from Dr. Shiv Prasad Reddy from New Delhi, India, and he would opine us on the topic evidence-based practice in adult amplification. Then we'll have a quick break of 5 minutes, post which we will have a session from one of prominent speaker from New Delhi, Ms. Meenakshi Wadhera. She would enlighten us on the topic recent insight into intervention in ANSD. Then will come the most exciting part of the day, the panel discussion. The panel discussion is on the topic hearing aid prescription in adults, best practices, which would be moderated by Mr. Nagarjun from Bangalore. And this panel discussion would have most eminent speaker from all across the globe. After which we would be having a short quiz, which would include the questions from each and every session, and the participant to answer all those questions correctly would be getting a very exciting prizes from us. So guys, like, give your full attention. Maybe you can be that lucky person to win the quiz. And for all the participants, if you have any queries during the session, please ask that queries to the presenter through your chat box, which you have in your laptop if you are attending this session through your laptop. But if you're attending it from your mobile phone, you would be having a question mark at the top panel. You can just click on that and ask your respective question. The same question would be taken up by that respective speaker and would be answered at the end of each session. But if we would be taking some questions, but respecting time, if we fail to take up your question, don't get disheartened, because all the questions would be sent to the speaker and the answer would be mailed back to you later. Okay, fair enough. So let us just quickly move ahead with the first session of the day, which is coming from the eminent speaker, Dr. Hari Prakash from Manipal. To tell you about him, Dr. Hari Prakash holds a bachelor's and master's degree in audiology and speech language pathology from Aish, Mysore, and a PhD in audiology from Mahim, Manipal. He is presently working as an associate professor in the Department of Speech and Hearing, School of Allied Health Sciences, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. His passion is towards diagnostic audiology and use of objective tools to make an accurate possible early identification. He has more than 13 years of experience in teaching diagnostic audiology, auditory physiology, hearing devices to the graduates and the postgraduate students, and has also mentored many PhD projects. He has been a part of many research projects and numerous publications to his name. He has been a presenter and guest speaker in many states and national level conferences. So coming from an amazing experience of more than 15 years, today he is here with us to share his expert opinion on the topic effect of hearing loss on cognition in elderly. I would say this is a very this would be a very interesting session for all those parties practitioners who are involved in hearing aid dispensing to elderly, because as we all know, effects of hearing loss is not only limited to communication difficulties, but the negative effects of hearing loss are found in many other parameters of life as well. And the effect on cognition is one of those important negative effects. So let us get some more insight onto this important subject directly from the expert. So let me take this as an opportunity to invite that personality here. Dr. Hari Prakash, I would request you to please take us over from here and give some latest insight into this topic. Dr. Hari Prakash, over to you.
Hello, can you see my screen and hear me?
Yeah, we can see your screen, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yeah, just a minute. Can you see me now?
Yeah, now we can see. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us this session. I'll just quickly sign off.
Yeah. So first of all, let me wish good afternoon to all of you. Right. Okay. So and also thank the team Widex and Isha for organizing such a wonderful event and having me a part of that event. Actually, it gives me immense pleasure to address all of you. And the topic that I'm going to talk today is the effect of hearing loss on cognition in elderly. I'm just putting in presentation more. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is one of the very recent topic, very upcoming topic in the field of audiology, actually. So, and we actually are working on this since 2 to 3 years in this topic. So that's why I thought, okay, it would be apt for me to talk on something new this year. Okay, so otherwise I always used to talk on electrophysiology. Okay, so this is the overview of my presentation. So I'm going to give a very brief intro on cognition, presbycusis, and little more detailed explanation on how ARHL, that is age-related hearing loss, and cognition are related, and show you some meta-analysis results in terms of both peripheral and central hearing, and also some recent recommendation by some commissions, and also very preliminary evidence on the studies related to hearing aid. Okay, yeah, let us discuss part. Presbycusis is not a very new topic at all for all of us. It is a very well known topic. That is, we call it as age-related hearing loss. It means old hearing in Greek word. So some ways we can define or stratify the presbycusis is to call it as a slow progressive loss of hearing acuity. It should not be sudden, it should not be rapid, and again it should be bilateral symmetrical sensorineural loss. That means it should not be asymmetrical. Aging is common for both the ears, so if it is asymmetrical, that means there is some additional factor in the ear which the person has more hearing loss. Okay, so and typically it should start at the age of sixth decade, right, of one's life. There is a term called early presbycusis. We are not addressing that here. So we are calling a typical presbycusis, which typically starts at sixth decade. And also the cause for this degeneration is idiopathic. So actually I means I'm calling this idiopathic because this is the definition which is given, but then we now know there are more than one reason for it. So based on the pathophysiology, there is some ways of classifying this presbycusis. We can, basically classify it as sensory, neural, strial, conductive, and mixed. Okay, so sensory is typical loss of hair cells, where the person will have high frequency hearing loss. Neural is something where you lose the spiral ganglion, so your patron is not lost, sensation is not lost, but then you lose your speech discriminations. Trial presbycusis is mostly to do with metabolism. So there is a gradual reduction in hearing, mostly in high frequency. So you might ask why strial vasculosis is common for the entire cochlea, then why only because high frequency? That's because the high frequencies mainly operate on endocochlear potential. So when strial vasculosis contribution or striovasculars degenerate, endocochlear potential decreases. So that greatly affects high frequency than low frequency. And then next is conductive hearing loss. So conductive presbycusis is the conductive presbycusis is kind of the degeneration of your basilar membrane or cochlear duct. Okay, so which would lead to flat hearing loss or linear decrease in hearing loss, and then obviously mixed. So let me tell you today, because nobody has found out a pure case of any of this, especially in post-mortem studies. Okay, but then theoretically, these are the possibilities, possible ways of classifying presbycusis. So let us quickly look into what is cognition. It refers to a mental process of knowing, including high-level perception like language and reasoning. They are grossly categorized into two subtypes: crystallized abilities and fluid intelligence. So the crystallized abilities are something which is well established and you have done it over and over, and it is wired in your brain automatically, like driving, swimming, walking, etc., etc. Suppose if somebody knows dancing, etc. Okay, but fluid intelligence are nothing but, okay, so are novel abilities. Okay, you have to use some strategy existing, means based on your experience, use the novel, come out with a novel solution to solve an problem. So say for example, one of the this thing could be reasoning, math solving, etc. So those are all, you call it as fluid intelligence. And again, this fluid intelligence is more dependent on your cognitive abilities or cognitive reserve. We call, means one of such reserve is working memory. Okay, so some factors affect both. That is, whether it is crystallized, whether it is a fluid intelligence, it doesn't matter. It is a global. It affects cognition as a global factor. So those are education, for example, is one of the, even age, gender. Okay, so they are all commonly affects both the abilities. Okay, and though we have different types of cognitive abilities, so all of them basically reflect different neurally distinct process. So what are these cognitive processes that encompass this uh, cognition? So these cognitive processes are actually divided into these subcategories. What we already know, that is attention, memory, short-term memory, long-term memory, perception, language, and metacognition, and with set of functions called executive functions, which lets us do some, do some cognitive performances in daily life. Okay, so these various forms of cognitive functions, as I previously mentioned, represents neurally distinct process. That's why we cannot combine them. Say, for example, attention is a frontal cortex function, executive function is prefrontal cortex function, and language is temporal function, etc., etc. Okay, so let's come to dementia. So what is dementia? Dementia is one of the cognitive disorder where the person has a deficit in one or more areas of cognition. So what is mandatory is his memory has to be impaired by default, and along with memory, there should be some other function that also have to be affected. Say, for example, executive function. So if somebody has more than one domain loss of or impairment in their cognitive processes, we can call them as dementia, right? Okay, so to be called as dementia, it should be the decline in the cognitive function should be very severe enough to cause an impairment in their social, occupational, and daily activities. Okay, so now come to the main part of the presentation, that is, how are these cognition and age-related hearing loss, of what we call as presbycusis and its consequence or sequel, how they are related. Okay, it is a very old concept, as I was means as you can see here, the first study relating age-related hearing loss and cognition appeared in 1964. Okay, but it took for the first systematic review to appear, it took nearly 30 years from then. Okay, but you can see the last 10 years progress. So in last 10 years, you have enough longitudinal studies, say for example, Australian longitudinal study, Baltimore study of aging, right? Okay, so there are a lot more longitudinal aging studies which are going across the world, Taiwan studies, etc. Okay, so to show you the current area of research, you can see that there are, in this past 10 years, there are approximately 15 systematic reviews, and there are more than 3 meta-analyses, and in more than 13 to 14 studies relating age-related hearing loss and cognition. Okay, so what all these studies talk about? What association have they found? So basically, whatever all of these studies have said, okay, so we can summarize into this model. Okay, so hearing loss is a sensory deficit. Okay, so and there is some cognitive impairment at another end. How does this hearing loss mediate this function? Okay, so there are several hypotheses given. So one is sensory deprivation hypothesis, or a cognitive load or resource allocation hypothesis, or social isolation or cascade hypothesis. So these are all like hearing loss leads to these type of deficits or impaired cognitive deficits. But there are um, other type of causes which can simultaneously lead to both. That is, it can cause damage to your hearing, and also it can cause damage to your brain. So those type of causes we categorize as common etiology. So for example, microvascular changes, deposition of toxic proteins in the brain. Okay, so the toxic proteins can take place in both, spiral ganglia and also in the cortex. Yeah. Okay, so this is the summary of whatever we have seen. Okay, so let us look at some of the hypotheses in detail. The resource allocation hypothesis is one of the older hypotheses, mainly put to explain the educational psychology, the field of educational psychology, and it is given by John Sweller in 1998. Okay, so as this picture explained, cognitive resource is nothing but certain number of what is a balls that you can keep it in a bowl. Okay, so uh, you can take one out and use it for some particular processing. So in this case, if a person is listening to some auditory signal, as in the example here, so you need to allocate some resource for processing the auditory signal, and also you need to allocate some resources in order to understand what is being processed, in the sense what is being heard. Okay, yeah, so this is listening and this is processing or cognitive processing. Okay, so this is the auditory processing, cognitive processing. So what happens in a hearing impaired, hypothetically, is that, okay, so the moment the person gets hearing loss, okay, so his sensory input is degraded. So as the sensory input is degraded, it might not make the same sense from then impaired organ. So the person ultimately tends to put more effort in listening to what is being said than its cognitive processing. Okay, so as a consequence, what happens is the number of resources that are allocated for cognitive tasks, like working memory related tasks, became very, very less. Okay, so this happens this doesn't take place in a daytime, rather it just takes place over and over and over. So this visual cycle retrains the brain. Okay, and it always drives the cognitive resources, more cognitive resources, away from the cognitive performances to the hearing loss or to the listening task. So that is why what happens is there would be limited cognitive processing. The person will not be able to perform the cognitive processing much. He might not remember what has been said, but he knows what was said. Okay, so this, to summarize in one line, the increased sensory impairment lead to restricted cognitive processing, means he can't do much of a cognitive processing. So one good thing is this is temporary. That is what is hypothesized. Okay. Next is common cause hypothesis. So I'll be explaining this in a little more detail. Okay, so because this portion of it is a little new to all of us. Okay, so it first was proposed in 1994. Okay, so sensory acuity in the original article, the main aim was to see that how sensory acuity can be an indicator for physiological changes in the brain. Okay, so it simply says that ARHL doesn't cause, or cognitive means the age-related hearing loss does not lead to, or does not cause, is not a cause for cognitive decline. Rather, they take place at the same time, or they are taking place by the same mechanism. That's what it means. So what are those common causes that can actually cause both, that is hearing loss and also cognitive impairment? Okay, so some of them are listed here. So I'm going to talk a little bit in detail about microcirculatory insufficiency and oxidative stress, right? Okay, so these are the common causes that can cause both at the level of cochlea and also at the level of cortex. Yeah. So have you heard, you might have heard this term called plaques and neurofibrillatory tangles. Okay, so first, let me explain this hypothesis, amyloid hypothesis. So there is something called amyloid precursor protein, which is present in the nervous system. Okay, so that gets break down into beta and gamma. So the beta has its further subcomponents 38, 40, and 42. And particularly the 42 is very sticky substance compared to rest of the amyloid, proteins. And this beta amyloid, that is the 42 subcomponent of breaking of precursor protein. Okay, so they release free radicals into the neurons. So they work by two mechanisms. Either they causes oxidative stress onto the neuron, right? Or they cause tiny holes in the neuron, which can upregulate the calcium inside and outside the cell, ultimately causing cell death. Once the cell dies, there are two components left. One is the debris, that is the dead neuron, and the sticky component of amyloid, that is beta amyloid. So both of them are non-digestible by brain. So more of them gets accumulated in the brain actually indicates more neural loss or more cell death. Okay, the same thing can take place in spiral ganglion in the cochlea also, right? Okay, so that also would lead to hearing loss. Okay. So another possibility is tau proteins, neurofibrillatory tangles. Okay, so the neurofibrillatory tangles are nothing but that they're neurofibrils, which actually transport the nutrients within the neuron. In these individuals, what happens that the neurofibrils gets tangled, in the sense they become, takes different shape, and they no more course through the auditory neuron or the cortical neuron. Okay, rather they form a tangle. So more the tangle. Okay, so what happens? The same protein doesn't get the nutrients doesn't get transported within the neuron evenly. Rather, it gets accumulated in one portion, and then ultimately that will lead to swelling and death of the neuron. Okay, so presence of tangles and presence of plaques, these both are very common cause of cortical brain, cortical cell death, and they are also seen in cochlea. So this is the proposed mechanism of how does this is getting mediated. So as I said, one is only I have explained the beta amyloid pathway here. So you can see that once the free radicals are released, so it causes mutation of mitochondria. So the mutation of mitochondria causes some vascular changes. This microvascular changes, this microvascular changes causes travascular is permeability change in the cochlea. At the same time, in cortex, they promote amyloid plaque deposition. So that is how they both can take place at the means in the through the same mechanism. So the main thing that led to formation of amyloid plaque deposition and the hair cell death in the cochlea is this underlying same mechanism. Okay, the same thing happens in one more pathway. In this case, as I was saying, the metabolites, right? So they are responsible for mitochondrial respiration. So they have They are the one which is mainly important, the PGC1 or SIRT1. So these two are very important in inhibiting a cell death. But unfortunately, if they are not abundant inside the cochlea or in the brain, they lead to apoptosis of hair cells, and meanwhile, they also lead to apoptosis of cortical neurons by accumulating of amyloid plaques. Yeah. So apart from these two, there is one more hypothesis, that is cascade hypothesis. That is, as what we saw, social isolation is one of the very important cause. That is, the loss of hearing, okay, would lead to impaired communication. Impaired communication would ultimately result in social isolation. Social isolation itself is a cause for dementia, amounts up to 4%. So anybody who has greater than 25 dB of hearing loss is at a greater risk of dementia. That's what the report says. Probably that could be due to social isolation, because uh, about 25 dB or 30 dB is, greater than mild hearing loss, that would impair communication. So that is how it increases the risk of social isolation. And the risk of dementia, as I said, increases linearly with degree right from 25 dB. Okay, so the probable mechanism is impaired communication and social isolation. Okay, so moving on to some meta-analysis, that is, we saw what is presbycusis, what is cognition, and we saw some probable mechanism relating dementia or the cognitive deficits and the hearing loss. Okay, so now let us see what does the literature say. Okay, so whatever I've taken is very recent articles, that is 17, 18, 19, and 20, not the older ones. So you can see that, okay, so there are nearly 40 systematic, 40 studies done in this past, okay. And what we can see is you can approximately categorize them into uh, cross-sectional studies and cohort studies. Okay, so you can see the sample population. It's nearly, huge sample population. So this meta-analysis gives a summary of what happens in 1,56,020 samples. So that's a real huge number. And this is a forest plot that indicates whether there is a decline or whether there is an improvement. If it is on the right hand side of the zero, so it means that cognition is increasing. But if it is on the left hand side, the cognition is decreasing. And you can see from the earlier 40 studies, they have extracted different domains of cognition, that is attention, delayed recall, fluency, global cognition, immediate recall, semantic memory, and so on. And what you can see is not just one domain, unanimously, pretty much all domains are declined, right? Compared to controls. Remember that this is effect size. Basically, it is compared to controls. The cognition in hearing impaired is this much poor compared to their healthy counterparts. Okay, but one disadvantage of this study is cross-section study is its heterogeneity is very high, because they have different tools used and different methods followed in each study because of that. But let us look at the cohort study. Cohort studies are longitudinal studies of aging. To be in general, we call it as. So that means you target a population somewhere in their midlife, that is around 40, but then you follow up for nearly around 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, like that, and see who all incidentally develop hearing loss, in the sense the new development of hearing loss. Okay, yeah. So here what they say is, again, all domains are affected except for fluency, right? Okay, so which is also affected, but then it is not significantly different from the decline, cannot be called significantly different from that of controls. So now at least it is convincing that the heterogeneity in cohorts are usually less. Why? Because they are community studies. Okay, so the evidences altogether, what at least we can say that there are more domains of cognitions that are affected in individuals with hearing loss compared to their healthy counterparts. All right. So this is another type of meta-analysis which is done in 2018, which says based on the number of years of follow-up and in terms of increasing degree of hearing loss. Okay, so what you can see, and also they have added that, hearing, basically I should mention this statement, that is, we all assess hearing. When you say hearing assessment, usually it is pure tone audiometry. Okay, but then compared to the detection of sound, the processing difficulty also contributes to a greater extent, because the listening in noisy environment is obviously difficult for an elderly individual compared to a healthy adult. Okay, so in that sense, uh, the central auditory processing disorders, actually they are highly affected, or they are a more indicator of a cognitive decline than the peripheral indicators. Okay, so here what we can say is, any study which has shown less than 6 years of follow-up, they say that the new chance of developing hearing loss in elderly individuals with hearing loss is 29%. That is, 29% of elderly individual, if followed up for 6 years, would end up having cognitive decline. If you follow up the same individuals for greater than 6 years, pretty much half of the sample, that is more than 50% of the individual with hearing loss, would end up having a cognitive decline. Right? Okay, so, and it says that, but also there is a relationship between the degree of hearing loss and the risk. That is, per 10 dB increase in hearing loss, there is continual increase in the risk. You can see that pretty much it goes from less than in less than or equal to 25 dB. That is for a mild hearing loss. Okay, so the relative risk, or the risk ratio, is 1 to, if you have severe hearing loss, it goes up to 5. So that means it increases several folds. The risk ratio increases several folds. That is, more the hearing loss, greater the chance that one would end up having cognitive decline in the future. Okay, yeah. So, and as I was saying before, addition of central auditory processing disorder greatly increases the risk for cognitive decline. Okay, so they have taken only one test here. You can see that SSI ICM, that is ipsilateral competing message. Okay, so that is a mono-oral low redundant test. Okay, so when they have set a criteria of individuals, those who have less than 80% correct, that means when they set a lax criteria, okay, the risk ratio is around 2, right? That means twice high, okay, for the individuals those who score less than 80% to have a cognitive decline in the future. But once they have strict criteria, that is, when you include those individuals, when you follow up those individuals, those who have less than 50% in SSI ICM, right? So then nearly it is 6-fold increase, okay, in the risk for developing cognitive decline. Okay, so adding central auditory processing test compared, to the battery of routine hearing assessment, actually might predict more chances of individual getting into a cognitive decline. This is and Lancet Communication. Usually the recommendation published by them is very strong, and it is considered worldwide. Okay, so in Lancet Communication, the age-related hearing loss, or the hearing loss, was not included till 2017. It got included only in 2017, and it got revised in 2020. Okay, so it is included in for first time. Pardon me, that is a typographic error. Okay, so, and there for dementia, okay, so there is pretty much 40% causes are modifiable risk, and hearing loss tops the list. You can see that in this was 2017 chart. Okay, so you can see that the 9% of cause in midlife hearing loss, okay, is a risk, 9% risk for developing dementia. Okay, but you might think that 9% is too less, but then you consider rest of the risks. That is, hypertension is 2%, obesity is 1%, smoking is 5%, depression 4%, social isolation 2%, social isolation alone, that is social isolation by itself, is only 2%. Diabetes, which is most prevalent, is still 1% risk for developing dementia. But hearing loss, the risk is 9%. Okay. Yeah. So again, this is a forest plot given by the landscape architect individuals, those who have hearing loss,
Hello,
elderly individuals.
I think we lost the audio connection.
Just a minute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So did you hear from the beginning of this slide? That is, I was mentioning
No,
about.
we just lost the connection, and now it's audible, and you can go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Just. Mm. Yeah. So as I was saying, in summary, we can say that age-related hearing loss, individuals with age-related hearing loss decline faster compared to controls. And how many years did the studies predict? Actually, it varies from 5 to 10 years. That means the hearing loss comes 10 years earlier, okay, and then dementia comes 10 years afterwards. So if a person has hearing loss, then there is chances that by 10 years he might have some sort of cognitive decline compared to the controls. And this risk of cognitive decline increases with increasing the degree of hearing loss. Okay, so it goes up to 5 times compared to the mild hearing loss. That is one. And another thing, as I said, all domains are affected in individuals with hearing loss, but I have pointed out some of the domains that are greatly affected with the moderate effect sizes. That is attention, processing speed, short-term memory, long-term memory, executive function. So you can take it till there. Okay, so they have these functions are first impaired or more shown to be prone to getting affected in these individuals compared to the controls. Yeah. Yeah. So finally, the question comes, that is, can the cognitive reserve, why? Because I already told you that the resource allocation, the changes that takes place in the brain is temporary. And if that is the case, then if you are aiding the individuals with hearing aids, so that should stabilize the decline or it should improve. Basically, it may improve. Why? Because you just made them hear. Still, it is an effort for listening because they are not normal hearing. Listening and acclimatizing, getting acclimatizing to the hearing aid itself would take some amount of time. So here is one study published in 2020 recently, okay, which shows that 18 months of hearing aid use, they shows that, okay, so most of the domain did not show much of a decline, right? So that is a good indicator. That is, there is no change, right? Okay, after 18 months of hearing aid use, that means there is no decline. They would have had a baseline reduction. Basically, they would have been followed up for quite a few times. Quite a few years, and they know what is the rate of acceleration of cognitive decline. But then once a group of individuals were given with hearing aids, so they find, and they were continuing to use it for 18 months, and they found that there is no further decline. That is, it's just stabilizing. And interestingly, one function that they studied, that is executive function, pretty much improved significantly in 93% of individuals, right, in overall. Okay, so that means, but the systematic reviews on this area, that is hearing aid and cognitive decline, are not in favor of this results of this study. That is, there is still now, there's no evidence from meta-analysis or systematic review that use of hearing aid can improve the cognition. Okay, but at least from, this is a preliminary study, as I was mentioning in their overview. This first time that somebody is given for 18 months, prospective period and followed up. So I think we should look at from here, look at the evidences from now on. Okay, And to summarize the entire presentation, so what we learned is hearing loss is a probable precursor of cognitive decline. And what domains decline? Pretty much all domains are affected in individuals with ARHL compared to their controls. And risk ratio increases with every 10 dB of increase in ARHL, that is with a degree, there is an increased risk. And this detail I didn't mention in the details of the presentation, but you can note down that is more of not high frequencies, more of mid-frequency involvement is associated with cognitive decline, not the high frequency. High frequency hearing loss is usual. When more of mid-frequency, again, you should recollect that mid-frequencies are important for communication. So there is communication impairment that might actually lead to more of cognitive decline. Yes. And again, we should remember that the hearing loss is a modifiable risk in the sense person can use hearing aid, and this 8% of decline in the world population can be prevented, right? So these are only preliminary evidence following hearing aids. Okay, so and there is major limitations of whatever I said. That is, there is variability across the studies, okay, in assessing cognition because of the available tools, normatives, and etc. etc. And there is no Indian study in this entire context, and no RCT, no randomized control trials, which is the highest evidence for proving that hearing loss and cognition are related. And whatever the mechanism I proposed, those are all hypothesized. They know that these mechanisms exist, but it has not been proven, because to prove it, you need postmortem studies. If you have postmortem studies, the person will have several comorbidities associated with him by the time he dies, compared to when he is living. So making a solid interpretation is very difficult in this context. Okay, so that's all. I finished my presentation. If you have any doubts, you can ask me.
Thank you, Dr. Hari Prakash, for such an insight you gave us today on this topic. Must say a lot of us have learned some really good points from here, and I'm sure this knowledge would soon be reflected in the increase of quality dispensing of hearing aid in our country. With that, there are lots of questions coming up, but to respecting time, I would take only one question. There's a question which has come up. Can hearing aid reverse the decline even when there has been an auditory deprivation of 10 years or more?
Yeah. So actually, as I was saying, when I was presenting, I totally ignored this concept of sensory deprivation. I put it in a dotted line. The hypothesis of the sensory deprivation actually is not very much supported. So the sensory deprivation hypothesis says that the loss of sensory input leads to degradation of the auditory cortex, and the new areas being recruited, and those areas which are wired to something else, and it cannot be reversed back. So there is absolutely no evidence for that till now. Okay, so what I would say from the existing evidence is that it is reversible, and whatever the preliminary studies I have shared, okay, so there are individuals who are having variable degree of sensory deprivation, and pretty much 93% of them have improved. So that shows that it can improve.
Thank you.
I'm talking about cognition. Hearing may not improve, but then cognition, yes.
Okay, thank you. I hope that question was answered. We had many questions. We will just send those questions across to you. If you could answer those things at the back end, that would be very good on your part.
Yes.
So I would like to thank you, Dr. Hari Prakash. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hari Prakash, for giving your time today and making this session so lively. On behalf of entire Widex and Isha, I extend a heartfelt gratitude for sharing your expertise. Thanks, Sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Manish, for having me. Right. Okay. I thank all the listeners for their patient listening. So you send me the questions. I'll try answering all of them. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Bye. Yeah. With that, let us move ahead with another amazing session coming from an international speaker, Dr. Oliver Townend. Dr. Oliver is a lead audiologist for Widex Brand based in Copenhagen, Denmark since more than 5 years. Before moving to Denmark, Oliver was a sales and training manager for Widex Australia, has clinical experience from NHS Audiology in the UK, Gloucester Royal Hospital, Charing Cross Hospital, London. In his current role, Oliver is responsible for all the audiological communication and oversees the development of new solutions to ensure that audiological ambitions for Widex are reached. And today, he is here with us from Denmark for sharing his expert opinion on the topic AI, artificial intelligence and machine learning into the hearing aid. Like, isn't this a topic of interest for many tech-savvy ESLPs out there? We know that artificial intelligence is taking over the world and our hearing aid industry is not excluded either. But whenever this topic of AI and machine learning comes, a series of questions just shoots up in the mind, like how this AI actually works in a hearing aid. Can the life of hearing aid user be improved by artificial intelligence? How does machine learning would really work to improve the sound quality of a hearing aid? So let me tell you, today we would be having answers for many such unanswered questions because the person who's gonna touch upon this topic is the one who has been directly involved in the research and development of the world's first hearing aid, which had machine learning in it to improve the sound quality. So let's invite that person here, Dr. Oliver Townend. Would request you to please take us through that journey of AI and machine learning in hearing aid industry. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Manish, and hello to everybody. Just to double check, you can hear and see me okay?
Yeah, we can
No
see you,
problems?
we can
That's
hear you
great.
properly.
I'm just going to share my screen now. I will start the presentation, and again, to double check, you can see the first slide with no problems?
Yeah, we can see
Okay,
that.
that's great. The technical check is out the way. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here talking to you all in India. It has been almost 18 months since I was in your wonderful country. I wish I could be back there soon, but we are all aware of the current climate, and I just hope everybody is safe and well wherever you are in the world. I'd just like to thank the previous speaker as well for a super interesting presentation on the links between hearing loss and dementia. This is an incredibly important topic that has been widely reported in not just our own media circles, but within global media, and it's becoming more and more prominent by the day. The effect of hearing loss on long-term mental health, mental and cognitive degradation is significant and can no longer be ignored. I think that the simple takeaway is we know that people's quality of life is maintained or improved when they're able to connect with the world around them, whether that is through love of music, watching television, and most importantly, being able to communicate with significant others around you. This sense of connection, this continuation of quality of life is so important to the well-being and continuing good health. And it is incredible and heartwarming to see that the WHO and Lancet are really raising the awareness and pushing that this is a very controllable and manageable risk factor. And it really goes to show that we are now as a profession a hot topic, and I think it will be accelerate the use of hearing aids, which will only do more good to help people with their general cognitive health. And one way that we are trying to increase the appeal of hearing aids is by adding in new features all the time that not only make things more appealing to the consumer, streaming directly from the iPhone, having the ability to measure your health patterns, real consumer tangible features, but also through the use of AI. And one thing I would really like to just to remind people is that AI is a method of solving a problem, and on its own, AI is just a label. It's just could be considered just a marketing term. And if we only leave this presentation remembering one thing, I think it's really important that you remember when somebody says this has AI or that has AI, you need to ask the question, what problem is artificial intelligence solving? So yeah, you have AI as a method, what is it doing? And what is the benefit to me, the hearing care professional, or to my client? And if AI isn't solving a problem or providing a tangible benefit, then it really is just a marketing buzzword. So it's vital that you look past the words and have a look at what the problem is being solved and what is the actual benefit to the person wearing the hearing aids at the end of the day. So I will just start my presentation. I know we're a little bit behind time, but I will be to the point. So we do have a problem, and that modern hearing aids become increasingly complicated, and just adjusting them precisely can meet individual needs. To meet individual needs can be challenging, and I don't necessarily mean adjustments in the clinic, but I'm referring to adjustments that the user can make in the real world. Now, we are trying to make hearing aids more automatic as best as we can. And we try and use machine learning or AI to aid this automation. Before I start, I just wish to cover a couple of definitions, and that is a broad definition that AI is a very wide concept, and that means that, sorry, just moving some webcams around, that is the broad concept of AI is intelligence demonstrated by machines. Now, we can achieve artificial intelligence through lots of methods, and one very popular method today is machine learning. And a machine learning system can learn structures, predict patterns, crunch a lot of data, and use that learning to predict future outcomes. Machine learning systems quite famously are employed to learn popular games like chess or Go, and by learning these games, by analyzing patterns in these games, they can predict outcomes, i.e. become good players of those games. And often now it is possible for these machines not only to beat humans, but to do it on a regular basis. A subcategory of machine learning is deep learning, and this is often used for analysis of large amounts of data to preload systems, to pre-inform systems. And what I think the distinction between machine learning and deep learning is machine learning systems are often quite live, in the sense they can be quite light to solve day-to-day problems on a regular basis, and deep learning systems work on very complex long-term problem solving. More recently in the news, understanding the AI was used to solve the problem of understanding the folding of proteins, to understand complex disease manipulation, and that was one problem that a machine took a number of years to solve. Okay. So up until about the 1970s, AI by definition meant a system that could solve problems up to the limit of human potential. It was doing something as a substitute for a human being, and the Turing test would be, by definition, the artificial intelligence could solve a problem that a human was already good at, and if a human looked at this artificial intelligence system, it would be impossible to tell if it was a human solving this problem or a machine solving this problem. And by definition, you could say that we've had AI in hearing aids for a long time. The introduction of automatic programs could, by definition, be artificial intelligence. If we think about a hearing aid wearer moving from a quiet to a noisy environment and making a program adjustment from a quiet program to a noisy program, well, it would be a given nowadays. We would assume that nearly every hearing aid sold in the market will make this kind of adjustment automatically, i.e. the hearing aid will analyze the environment, detect noise, and make a switch to a noise program. It's doing the job of a human. By definition, it's therefore artificial intelligence. We wouldn't necessarily call this artificial intelligence anymore because the technology is somewhat old. And this is where the definition has changed a little over the years. By using machine learning to solve artificial intelligence problems, this has become a recent addition to the world of AI. And machine learning has the ability to crunch vast amounts of data and can now solve more complex problems that a human being could do, such as facial recognition, self-driving cars. Now, these are very difficult tasks for a machine to do, and really these are some of the more recent noteworthy achievements of AI. But because machine learning systems can deal with such huge amounts of data, they are now solving problems that are beyond the limits of human potential. And because machine learning is an application of AI, this has stretched the definition of AI further. So AI really now is applied to anything that is at the cutting edge of science applications and is able to solve problems faster or with more data points than a human being can do. So somewhat stretching the definition. And by chance, we have been working on an AI system for a number of years, and this was introduced to the market with the Widex Evoke. This was our SoundSense Learn system that was able to manipulate the hearing aid to find an ideal set of settings for the user without the user having to remember lots of different settings. And in fact, it solved one of the big problems that we face today, in the sense that we are always trying to reduce cognitive load. And the easier a hearing aid is to use and wear on a daily basis, the less cognitive load we put on the listener, so they can use their cognitive resources to do the tasks that they want to do, such as listening. Now, when we introduce controls, complex controls, we put in extra cognitive load on the listener and somewhat distract them from their tasks. So we introduce automation. The more automatic a hearing aid, the less concentrating a user has to do. But in order to make a system automatic, we have to fill it up with rules to follow, and these rules are built on a number of assumptions. And these assumptions with hearing aids are generally, well, we assume we know in one situation what you would like to listen to. And sometimes there can be a mismatch between what the hearing aid is doing from an automatic system and what the user really wants. In the sense their listening intent, what they want to hear, is not being provided by the hearing aid in the moment because its automatic system has made a decision that is different to their needs. And when these systems come around, sometimes people will pick up the phone and make an appointment with their audiologist to come and have adjustments made. They may reach for controls, sometimes complicated controls, such as an EQ, which can be difficult for most users to understand. And sometimes they take the hearing aids out and they put them in the drawer and stop wearing them. So we want to reduce the need for complex controls, but allow the hearing aid to meet the intent of the user. So somewhere in the user's brain at all times, there will be a listening intent, whether this is a conscious or a subconscious thought. Right now, I hope your listening intent is you want to listen to my voice and understand the information that I'm giving. I'm sure a couple of people listening maybe have a little less focus and your listening intent is slightly different. But the listening intent in many ways doesn't exist anywhere. And one of the other challenges is it's very difficult for most people to describe exactly what they want to hear, i.e. take that that sort of complex idea of sound in their head and put it into words. And this is where we will hit another barrier. And I'm sure many listeners will note this. When customers or clients come into their clinic, it is very difficult for the average person to put sound descriptions into words. So what we were intending to create would be a system that allowed the average person, without having to describe sound, without having to learn a complex control, to be able to match their listening intent in their head and let the hearing aid know what they want, so the hearing aid can provide the right sound for them. And in order to do this, we used a machine learning system we called SoundSense Learn. Now, just to demonstrate how powerful machine learning can be in this situation, I just want to present this example. In our hearing aids, we have a 3-band EQ. So we have 3 bands, each with 13 points on it. And so we would expect somebody, a trained human with lots of sound knowledge, a sound professional, would probably be able to adjust this EQ to find their ideal settings in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 adjustments. They would do it very quickly because they understand sound, they understand what each EQ position does, but they have years of training behind them. Now, if you have a person without any sound training, they will just have to use guesswork or comparisons. Now, 13 sliders with 3 sliders with 13 positions mean there are over 2,000 combinations of this EQ. And if you are to make comparisons of all these, there are potentially over 2 million comparisons to make. So a trained professional could probably get there in 5 or 6 attempts. And at the worst case scenario, and of course this is an impossible idea because it's just too much data to handle, there are over 2 million comparisons to make if you're just doing guesswork. Now, with a machine learning algorithm, it is possible for this number to be significantly reduced, and the algorithm only needs to usually ask the user to make 10 or 15 comparisons before it knows exactly the ideal settings for the user. And that could sound a little bit complicated. And in a sense, machine learning is a shortcut for even more complexity. Machine learning involves a number of statistical models, Gaussian analysis, and in fact, you could read a whole book just about the machine learning methods to crunch the data. But back to my first point, and that is that the machine learning system, the AI system, the important things to remember are what problem is it solving and what benefit does it provide to the user. In fact, the way it does its work, the method, is less relevant because it's so complicated. You need to really have studied machine learning at a PhD level for 5 years to really understand what's going on. And I don't mean that in a conceitful way. As an audiologist myself and an audiologist in marketing, even I don't understand all the inner workings of AI. But what is important is we are using this to provide a very simple solution. In fact, the user doesn't need to know anything about maths, anything about sound. They really just need to know what they would like to hear, and they can follow their ear whilst they use a system like this. They are asked to listen to different sound profiles. They will listen to sound profile A, sound profile B, and they will tell the system which one they believe is better. Then the system will create more sound profiles, and they will continue to ask the system will ask questions, which sound you prefer, until their progress is completed and the data has converged on one point. So in a sense, the user just has to follow their ears, and they don't need to learn any complex controls. And all of the data hard work is done by a machine learning algorithm in the background. it sounds like a win-win situation, and we know it works because we know that users are truly individual. And just to give you a little snapshot, here is a selection of the types of programs that are being used on a daily basis in SoundSense Learn. We have on the 3 axes high, mid, and low bands here, and all of these points represent a different program, and those programs are individually made, and they are essentially all over the place. People are individual and they want individual solutions. But we can see that all these individual solutions provide a very significant and subjective improvement. That we can see on this graphic here. Just to shortly explain that this subjective rating of sound quality was done with a hearing aid with all automatic features switched off. Then the middle bars you can see here, this is a subjective rating of sound quality with our hearing aid automation switched on, and you can see a significant increase in the automation, in the subjective rating of sound quality. And automation gets us a lot of improvement in sound quality, but individualization, here we see the rating of the programs that were created with SoundSense Learn, takes us even further. And that's really exciting, that all of the great knowledge of Widex in making automatic programs increases sound quality significantly. But we get another significant increase when we allow users, with the help of artificial intelligence, to improve and individualize their programs even further. And when we asked users in a very large survey that did SoundSense Learn report improvements, as we have a significant and huge majority reporting that yes, this made an improvement to their sound quality. And would they recommend this feature? Again, a vast majority of respondents answering yes, they would recommend SoundSense Learn. But the story doesn't end there, because not only was SoundSense Learn helping users in the moment in finding individual solutions, but SoundSense Learn was also generating huge amounts of data about users' preferences, because it was asking all these questions of the user along the way. Do you, in this situation, do you like this sound or this sound? Yes or no? This sound or this sound? And it was asking those questions to find the solution for the user, but every single question was a piece of data coming back to Widex. And we have used this data in many ways. Firstly, we used this data to improve the AI engine. What you can see on the red line, this is the progress of the AI engine in finding a converged solution, i.e. how many AI comparisons did it need to find the solution. Our first engine needed around 15 comparisons. It needed to ask the user 15 questions before it could find a solution. We then retrained the system with all the existing data, and that was a significant reduction down to find a perfect solution, 12 comparisons, and to get to 80% of a solution, which is still a huge improvement. They could do this in just 6 comparisons. And that was an improvement powered by all of the user data that we have. We also use the data to give better feedback to the users and improve the interface that they worked with. But what is super exciting are the next steps that we can take with the data, because we now see SoundSense Learn not only as a tool to provide solutions, but as one of the largest preference sensors that we've ever made, i.e. we have one of our largest ongoing living surveys of user preferences of all time. When the user starts using the system, Sound Sense Learn, they are asked questions about where they are and what do they want to do, how do they want to hear. And when they tell the system where they are, we can then group all of the programs that are created and understand more about what future users may want in that given situation. And just to show you how the system works, I'm going to play a short animation. What you can see on the screen here, these 2 points represent 2 sound profiles created by the algorithm. The user will give their preference and the system will create more and more sound profiles until it gets to a point where it can map the entire data space. I will just now start the animation. You can see different sound profiles being created, and then all of a sudden the algorithm is working across the entire data space. It's still asking the user to give preferences for different sound profiles in the background, but it uses the answers from the user to hone down and really center on the most appropriate sound for the moment. In this case, we have a very hot area up here in the corner with the yellow icon, the yellow graphics. The reason that I show this is to illustrate that whilst the solution to the user is a program with settings here, the system also knows all of the preference data for that user in that given environment, and that is data that we can use to predict about preferences for all users. So how do we get from all of these final program data points to something that we can use to tangibly predict what users want? Because when we look at all of these data points, it is impossible for the human eye to see any discernible patterns, right? We can't say in this situation, and this could represent the work situation, that I cannot just look at this and say, well, it looks like lots of people like settings with low frequencies reduced, mid frequencies reduced, and high frequencies reduced, because the data is so dense and so spread out. So what we did is we employed artificial intelligence again to help us understand this data. So we take the data and we use a modeling called Gaussian modeling, which is one of the fundamental ways that we work with machine learning. And Gaussian modeling then assigns likelihoods to each data point, i.e. statistical modeling, to predict then what is likely to happen when we ask real people to make predictions in this scenario again. Once we've built that model, we run this model 10,000 times to create statistically modeled programs. And from those programs, we can then apply a clustering algorithm. And what we end up with are some models that look like this. Now, I hope you agree that it's possible to see more patterns as to potential program settings. So for the office setting, I can say, well, this looks like a very strong cluster here, where we have the mid frequencies slightly reduced, the low frequencies increased a little bit, and the treble frequencies left in the middle. I'll just spin this around so you can see. But what can we do? Now we know that in an office scenario or a work scenario, that the vast majority of people would like a setting here. Well, wouldn't it be really cool if we could, when somebody says that I am in an office scenario, a workplace scenario, rather than asking them to do lots of A/B comparisons to find out their individual programs, we could push these recommended programs directly to them, and they can try this solution out first. It would be extremely quick, it would be extremely powerful. And remember that this is not a predictive system based on anything other than real life data. The way we make these predictions is not based on the knowledge that we have. This is based on the real life experiences of people using Sound Sense Learn out there in the real world, all over the world. And nothing to me seems more appropriate than real people's data helping individuals find a solution faster. And I think now you can see that we can, even though it's labeled artificial intelligence, even though we're using machine learning to get to the solution, the key benefit here is that we can both provide real life solutions for people using machine learning to help them find an individual solution to a listening problem. And we will also soon be able to use artificial intelligence to provide sort of predetermined solutions built on thousands of users around the world to give people instant improvements to listening situations when they find themselves in a situation where the hearing aid isn't doing exactly what they would like. And this synergy is the most powerful. It's not AI on its own, it's not people on their own, it's actually people and AI working together to provide solutions to problems. And that's really super exciting. And I hope I didn't go too quickly. I hope that you're also excited by the prospect of AI helping users. And I'd like to thank you for your time. And I will also be happy to take some questions if we have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Oliver, for such an amazing session. That was literally a great insight into the combination of AI, machine learning, and hearing aids.
I hope
This
the
session has,
sound and connection was okay.
yeah, everything was perfect.
Good.
Yeah, this session has literally shaped our imagination of our future hearing aids. Now we can just imagine, okay, how customized hearing would be delivered by the future hearing aids. Seriously,
Yeah, I
like
think
thanks,
I
thanks a
think
ton.
it's the important thing is that we make everybody's life easier, that we allow
Yeah.
people to feel that they are in control of their hearing without feeling overwhelmed by complex controls. There is nothing is more empowering for a user to be in control of their own destiny, of their own health. And the last thing I think that people with a hearing loss want to hear is, oh, you can help yourself, but here you have to learn this very complicated control. It's actually, you
Yes.
can help yourself. It's super easy. And there are thousands of other people out there making programs that can help you too. So it's a real sort of community feel. But yes, sorry to keep talking. Were there any questions you would like me to answer?
Yeah, there are some questions which we have received. I'll take the first one. Is this AI learning data is taken from Indian scenario?
The data that we learn from are taken from users all around the world. It
Okay.
is anonymized data. We don't know who people are or where people are. We only know the only thing we know is the label that they give us when they start the program, i.e., I'm at home, I'm in a restaurant, I am at the office, I am in public transport, and the program setting and all the comparisons we made. That's really all we need to know. And I do understand that, yes, there will be subtle differences in people's listening tastes from continent to continent, from country to country. But actually, when we looked at the global differences, they were not significant at all. And so you can now think that actually your client who is sitting on coming into the station in Delhi, who is asking for help on their app, could be getting assistance from users all around the world, and that's really exciting. That's really cool.
Yes. Yeah, really good. Thank you for
But
answering
please,
that.
please, if you, I know we've gone over time a little bit, so if you want, feel free to send me questions in email, and I will do my best to answer them as well. But
Sure, we'll do that.
yeah,
But we have recently received a question which is quite
yeah,
interesting. I would like to
okay,
ask that particular one.
yes, of course.
Uh, A/B comparison is a very good strategy. What are your views on use of machine learning for other setting manipulations like supercardioid versus hyper versus omni and other features?
Yeah, and that's another future direction. You know, at the moment we're using A/B comparisons just to compare different EQ settings,
Mm.
right?
Yes.
And we're only sort of scratching the surface. That there are lots of questions we ask ourselves. You know, is fast compression or slow compression better?
Mm.
We could talk for hours on this, right?
True.
And in the sense that, well, I would argue that in some situations fast is good, or some hearing losses fast is good. In some situations slow is good, and some hearing losses slow is good. But I don't think it's one size fits all. And you will also see that some of the next steps that we are taking with this algorithm is to allow the system to adjust more features, because we could make this even more powerful for the user. I think the biggest saving in that situation is not just helping the user help themselves, but imagine all of those clinical appointments where people are coming back, and it's for minor adjustments on the software, and it's a lot of time.
Yes.
And I think the more time we're sitting adjusting hearing aids, the less time we're able to do, you know, new fittings and help more people. I appreciate that it is super important that we have time to counsel our patients. And wouldn't it be better to be able to talk to your patients than sitting on the computer, scratching your head going, oh, fast or slow compression? Who knows?
Yes.
Because I can't be there in the real world.
True. True.
And even with years of experience, sometimes it's really hard to know exactly which strategy is best for your patient. So why not allow them to just explore with the help of artificial intelligence? We should really empower our patients that way. I think it's very exciting, and that was a really good question. So thank you for asking.
Thank you. Thank you for answering all those questions. I thank you on behalf of entire Indian community for taking out time and delivering this amazing session to us. Thank you,
You're
Doctor.
welcome, and have a great weekend when you get there.
Yeah. Thank you. Same to you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. With that, let us move ahead with the next session of the day, which is coming from a well-known speaker, Dr. Siva Prasad Reddy. Dr. Reddy holds a master's degree in speech and hearing and a PhD in audiology, both from the University of Mysore. He had worked as a lecturer in audiology in Aish, Mysore, then worked as an assistant professor in Mahe, Manipal, also worked as an audiologist, technical support and education in GN Resound, India. Also worked as a clinical audiologist, head of audiology in Widex India Private Limited. Also worked as a head of audiology in Bloom Senso Hearing Centers, India. Currently, he is serving as a head retail excellence and training in Amplifon, India. He also served as a joint secretary in Isha and chairperson of Jisha. And today he is here to help us to get some insight into the topic evidence-based practice in adult amplification. Must say, like Dr. Reddy having such a vast experience in different sector would be the right person to touch upon this topic and give us a great insight into it. So without wasting another second, let me just invite him here. And Dr. Reddy, over to you. I would request you to please share the amazing content which you have right now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manish, for the lovely introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. After the very, you know, enlightening sessions, one is about theoretical construct on the cognitive basis which is going to affect the, hearing loss, where it is going to affect the cognition. And we also heard a kind of message from the technology side, where the artificial intelligence is going to take over our important task. That is the, it may have suggestion to taking over our Java programming. So until then, until it happens, so I have certain suggestions how our job, which is very, very critical as an audiologist and many of the people who are gathered here, that is the how we can do the programming a little better using what we have, what we call as the evidence-based practice. So all of us as clinicians, so this is basis completely the clinical aspect. So I'll be pulling in some of the research guidelines to this particular discussion. So as a clinician, on several parts of the day, we see customers, hearing aid users on different points of customer journey. So we focus on either diagnosis, counseling, therapy selection, or doing the proper intervention. So our decisions on each of these aspects are very, very critical. The diagnosis in terms of selecting which classification we have to use to do the diagnosis, and what kind of tests are a part of the test battery protocol. All these are the factors that influence our diagnosis. Coming on to the counseling, we have different counseling techniques. We heard some of them yesterday from one speaker about the how effectively we can do the counseling. So the counseling is another area where the decision on the technique and the the audience and the number of sessions, whether it is pre, post, different kinds, where the decisions are very important as a clinician. So we also have, in terms of selecting a appropriate intervention or therapeutic aspect, which will help us in selecting a hearing aid feature. That is a very, very important success mantra for amplification as the regime, treatment regime. We also have the programming, verification, auditory training. So even selection of other devices such as cochlear implant or even accessories. Everywhere the decisions are something that we have to take and move on. Our decisions can significantly influence the customer journey. That is, the customer can go with the next steps in the journey to seek a solution or help, or they can postpone depending on the decisions that are taken and how they're executed. So let us see the decision making process a little more into detail. You will see that usually the decision making process is influenced by three important aspects. That is patient's values, preferences. I would say this majority of the time when you sit across with the patient, and this is what is going to influence a lot. So because it is two human beings, there is one seeker and there is a giver. So both of them, when they sit across each other, the patient's values and preferences become a very, very central part. So they are going to influence a lot of your clinical decision making, because the decision is not just one or neither yes, no, or option A versus option B. It could be even a continuum. The decision can be a continuum from one end to the other. So the patient's values and preferences play a very important role. The second aspect is the policy or regulation or resources. Depending on where we are working, so the kind of setup I am working with, so the kind of employer I have, there there is a set process, there is a set protocol. So these are regulations, and the kind of audience I'm serving to, I'm testing a patient for what reason. Is it medico legal, or is it going to be a private case? Is it going to be somebody compensated by a particular healthcare scheme? All these are certain things that influences your decision. So finally, this is something which is always underlining most of our decisions, the expert opinion or training. The amount of expertise we get every calendar year. You work with an organization, you kind of get a lot of experience, and you automatically become an expert in the particular field, in dealing with a particular set of customers in a particular setup. So this is going to influence your decision making. It could be the ease of taking decision. It could be just centralizing most of your decisions to the kind of skewed process. So instead of giving wide choices you used to give in the beginning of the profession or the career, so the training, the amount of training you get, amount of supervision you get in your job also is going to hugely influence your clinical decision making process. So not only these three processes, there is another facet which is actually going to influence your clinical decision making. And without that particular thing, you have major limitations, because many of the clinicians get what they call the burnt off. They get burnt off. They get little bored doing the same thing over and again every year after year, the similar kind of a thing. So it is majorly happening because there is a increasing distance between the theory and practice. So when they start working, when they start taking these decisions, the expertise part starts taking over, whereas the update with the knowledge, the current happenings, that are going to start influencing less and less. So people will become less learning oriented and more of doing oriented, and the distance which is actually making the theory practice grow apart is going to lead to what we have, the burning aspect that we see in the clinicians. So this is further going to lead to saturation at work, and less scientific in the kind of decisions they take. They do not stand for any kind of scrutiny, because most of the times it is because this is what is being practiced in my institute, my senior, with my experience, this is what I believe can be the right decision. So these are the things that can happen, and they pose a significant limitation to our clinical decision rationale. So, and it also opens up a new problem, that is malpractice. So under the same thing, you may also end up doing certain malpractices. It can be very mild to very big, depending on the other things that play a role in this entire clinical decision making. So to rule this out, to rule out some of these limitations, another dimension to your clinical decision making started happening in late 1980s. So what we call as evidence-based practice. So it is common. It actually started with the medical care. So you have in the field of medicine, so there is a strained relationship between the professional and the the healthcare seeker. So that has led to further insights into what is actually happening. How can we rebuild this relationship between the professional and the patient? So that has led to several discussions, and and also when a particular person leaves, the entire department, entire the hospital used to collapse, because it was mostly person oriented. It was not the process oriented. So to fill up the gap, to bring more of process oriented approach towards the work, and giving a standard care, updated care, the concept of evidence based practice has come into picture in a lot of medical fields. We are a bit late in speech language pathology and radiology. Nevertheless, we are at least 15-year-old, I would say, or more than that. So the effect of evidence-based practice started happening, and the definition is, along with other dimensions you have, there should be one dimension, that is evidence from current clinical research. This important decision should be a part of our this important aspect should be a part of our clinical decision making process. So there are definitions you will see explaining this further. I'll give you with some example. So evidence from research, if you add it to our decision making process wherever possible. Your clinical practice is going to be, your clinical decision is going to be more it is more what it can stand up to the time of, test of the times and the latest knowledge that is available. So the evidence-based practice hence is a very important aspect. Let me give you one example. So evidence-based practice we can use, it's very simple, even though it sounds little alien, or it may sound little a big process, but it is very simple. Now that all of us have a smart device in our hand or on our desk, so anytime we can choose a particular answerable clinical question. What do you want to take a decision about? If you can frame a very nice question and you put it into one of the search engines, especially where you have the something like NLM, where you have National Library of Medicine, so you have PubMed, what we call popularly known as PubMed, or there are so many such search engines where you can frame the question and put it in the search, and you will start getting lot of studies. You can further look into the abstracts and minimize the search, only look into the age group and the number of subjects of this particular thing and the design of the study. You don't want case studies, you can remove. You can only have a little bigger studies where there is a control group. If you want little more authenticity, you can have a randomized control group. So if you do this process, you may end up with only a couple of studies, maybe 3, 4, if you are very lucky. And if you go through the evidence that is provided by these studies and you apply this to your care, and this is going to be a very important step. So one by one, important clinical decisions that we make, instead of checking with couple of experts, if we can do it ourselves. So this is going to be a very important process, because it becomes a habit on ourselves. So we are taking direct measures to upgrade our quality of care that we are providing. Finally, there is a scope to audit your own practice. The audit does not mean that it is bad or good, or how the scope of the audit could be how it can be further improved, how it could be further changed in some of the aspects. This is another thing which the EVP process offers to make your practice more scientifically oriented and up to date. So if you once you Google the studies, and you will find a lot of them, and if you see the studies, there are 6 type of studies. In the first table I put them into 6 kind of studies, which are L1 to L6. They are under a category called quality of evidence. So the kind of study, if it includes a control group, okay, and nothing else, it is a simple control group, it could be L4. And if it is there is more randomization, it could be L2. And if you have a systematic review of so many randomized control trial studies, it is L1. If it is a simple case report, you have L5. Expert opinion is L6. Expert opinion is something what you see in some of the magazines, some of the online journals. There is one pager where an expert talks about his how he handled a particular kind of a patient group or a particular situation. So these kind of things come under L6. Let me also add some of the guidelines that we get from the manufacturers, where, for example, to program a device, or to switch on a particular feature, or how to program a particular device. These are mostly expert opinions, or they would have mentioned how to cater to this particular kind of a patient. So once you find out the study and assign what is the level of quality, obviously L1 is the highest quality of evidence it provides, and it goes with a recommendation A. So level 1 and 2, where there is a systematic review or meta-analysis of randomized control trial studies, it goes with a recommendation A. And if you have no randomization, it goes with an recommendation. B, if it goes with what we call as just a case kind of a study, it goes with a recommendation. C, and if it is a simple opinion of a customer, I mean the expert, he may have 20-30 years experience, he would have made an opinion without citing or without conducting a research, it may be taken with a recommendation D. So this is how the quality of evidence or the studies that you get in the search, the PubMed search. Most popularly, what most clinicians do is a PubMed search, and you have different studies, and you know the depending on the study, this is the recommendation it comes, the quality of study, how seriously you can take. If a recommendation, or if there is a meta-analysis, nowadays you see a lot of meta-analysis started happening in audiology, especially amplification sector. One such thing, I think Dr. Hari Prakash was also talking about how the deprivation affects the cognition aspect. So there are meta-analysis, and so many meta-analysis. There are cohort studies, there are longitudinal studies. So all these things, you can, looking at the design of the study itself, you can make an idea how seriously you can take this particular evidence from. So this is one important aspect one need to consider. Let me give an example. I had a particular patient who is a 66-year-old man, and this is the audiogram. As you can see, the right left ears, air conduction thresholds, bone conduction thresholds almost followed the air conduction thresholds, which means the air bone gap was hardly 10 dB across the frequencies. There was one important aspect that came to my mind is the high frequency thresholds, that is which are above 70 decibels, the 4000 8000 hertz. We usually ignore them, and I looked into these high frequencies. I realized since they are more than 70 dB, should I go ahead with the routine amplification, or will this person benefit from frequency lowering technology? So there are different frequency lowering technology, as you know. So we have frequency compression, frequency transposition, there is something called frequency translation. So yeah, even within Widex there are two types, the frequency transposition and the second one is translation, kind of a thing that they do. So you have, if you're using a device with a particular frequency lowering technology, you know how effective it is, going by the recommendation by the manufacturer in his white papers. So I looked into this patient and I had a question: should I go ahead with a conventional amplification, or should I add a bit of frequency lowering to it? How do I get the answer? One, I can do the trial and make a decision, but before I do it, how can I be sure that I can try this important aspect to him? One thing we have to remember is, you as a clinician fit somebody with a frequency lowering technology, and over time he upgrades something to another different kind of a hearing aid with a different practitioner, and if he chooses to give only the routine amplification without any frequency lowering technology, so this is going to kind of put the patient into a big fix. So hence, so the decision making, as much as possible, as many of us as possible, if we follow a decision making process which is evidence based, will be more uniform, because it will reduce the inter clinician variability in terms of the quality of the care that you get. So looking at this patient, I had this question: should I really try a frequency lowering technology? So I tried to do a bit of search in the PubMed. I framed a question. So the question was, providing maximum speech understanding to adults with moderate to moderately severe hearing loss. This is how simple question. I didn't even frame anything on high frequency thresholds. I just put this particular question. So I searched in this Google Scholar is another a free thing that is available. So I searched in this, and you find something like it is 2 years ago that I did this search. I found 15 to 16 articles on this. I started looking into each one of them, and I realized I don't have a device with a frequency compression. So I have a device with frequency transposition. Are there any articles on the frequency transposition? There were few. It came down to 3 or 4 of them. There's no meta-analysis of these studies. There is no randomized control trial study. It is just the control group. So that puts me into L3 kind of a study. So L2, L3, L4 kind of a study is what so many studies I found. After reading them, I kind of realized it is better if I try frequency transposition. So it may help, especially in noisy situations. In quiet, it may not make much difference because he already has so many cues for speech understanding, whereas in noise, it compromises some of the cues. So I went ahead and explained to this patient that there's a question of trade-off between the audibility and distortion. So if I give you this particular sound, it may sound a bit distorted, but trust me, you're going to get much more benefit. The benefit is amounting to up to 12 to 13% more speech understanding. So after doing this, when we gave the trial, he kind of understood. Then he went ahead purchasing a hearing aid with frequency transposition. This is a simple question, but on several such occasions, we are hit. After attending this session, I'm sure all of you would have picked up one feature that you want to practice from tomorrow. So before you go ahead and do, maybe it is better we apply the EBP process to get some information. Should I actually go ahead and do this, or I'm okay with what I am doing? So some of the most popular applications of evidence-based practice in audiology are there for every one of us to see. The universal newborn hearing screening. I'm not sure if there is any other aspect in audiology which has received so much of attention in terms of evidence. So it is been fine-tuned from countries to countries, settings to settings. It's been I would say I have been following the studies, let's say from 1999 onwards on these studies, and we have kind of now settled down with a complete aspect of how to do universal newborn screening and what we can expect out of this. So I can make a complete project. So if tomorrow I have to roll it out, so such is the kind of wealth of knowledge that is available, the protocols that are available. The other important application of EBP in audiology, it's automatically built in today, so you don't really have to do much, is the WDRC amplification. So the WDRC amplification, the wide dynamic range compression, did not come at once into audiology. It went through several kinds of ups and downs. So whether to use a higher compression threshold, whether to use a lower compression threshold. So what is the compression ratio that is most important to be used? Should we give a handle on the compression ratio? Should we give a handle on the compression threshold? So many such studies were done in 1980s, even before the digital hearing aid came into action. These studies were all there. So from where we picked, the manufacturers picked up and developed a perfectly working WDRC amplification. That's what we are all using it today. Otherwise, your programming would have been much more complicated. With so many handles on compression threshold and ratio, would have made your day very busy because you don't know to set these things correctly. So these are very well-known applications of evidence-based practice. Coming to lesser known aspect, so that is the hearing aid programming. So this is where I'm going to focus in rest of my presentation today. So the hearing aid programming is often talked less from a scientific aspect or from an audiology aspect. It is talked more from the aspect of the product guide or a manufacturer telling us how to do the programming. So the hearing aid programming is often done in two important settings. One is the first fit, where or it could be even trial, when you are giving a trial or when you're giving the first fit. The second situation where you do the programming is the fine tuning session. So once they started using it, there could be some changes. So it's my opinion, and also it is lost over time. The spirit of the clinician is lost in this important aspect, that is the first fit has to, or even the hearing aid trial that we do, it has to be driven by the audiologist, which means he does an important homework, and he picks up important aspects from the patient's story, and the kind of findings he has found out from the patient evaluation, and he drives the first fit to meet all his expectations. The fine tuning is something that can be driven by the end user. The reason being, the end user is in command, and he kind of completely accepts, or he confides in you, he trusts in you, whereas he seeks certain changes, and we can talk about these things. There is a important thing that there is a threat to these things. If tomorrow, I just heard from Oliver that these things can be completely taken over by the AI tomorrow. So like many, it's happening to so many jobs across the world on several fields. Even this can be taken over. So until then, we do have a scope to make it much better. Instead of if you don't do the programming in a more scientific way or more audiological way, you do more of electronic way, you may end up doing some mistakes, and it may lead to some problems. I'll explain some of them. So the first fit programming has got several aspects that are flowing into it. So from the customer side, we need to consider important aspects on cognition, amplification experience, auditory deprivation, fitting formula, the counseling technology, or the expectations that we have set, the really measurements. So the personality factors, audiogram and other assessments that you have done to the patient, precision fitting measures. So what are the precision fitting measures that we have used? Some are inbuilt in the hearing aid software. So do they really make any difference? Apart from this, outside these factors, there are some audiologist related factors, and very importantly, the experience we give with the patient in simulated environments. So these two things also are going to influence a lot about your first fit programming. So these aspects that I've picked up all are there in all have been studied to a great extent even before the digital hearing aids came into picture. So many of them have been updated time to time for different degrees of hearing loss. So I will start mentioning some of them. So the first and foremost is the audiogram and other assessments. So the other assessments are often not done. So simply the audiogram is what is used. So the so one strongest recommendation, obviously a given recommendation, but people always try and play with the audiogram, but not tampering the audiogram is the best favor you can do to the patient. Based on the audiogram, the selection of handles is going to be very important. The gain handles, or we call as bands. So a minimum of 4 frequency bands or handles is which is going to shape the entire gain that is going to be delivered to the patient is going to be very important. There is an L2 level 2 kind of a study around this, which recommends, depending on the how skewed, how far it is away from the flat audiogram, you need more such bands. So this is the easiest implementation that we can do, looking at the shape of the audiogram. So you can also do, there are so many self-assessment tools that are available, such as Quasi, AppHab, So to set the realistic expectations, or even to set the amplification goals, forget about setting the realistic expectations. What are you going to achieve with this particular amplification in his life and in the next few days, in the next few weeks? So what is that you are going to achieve, to how much you can expect? Because you can't achieve 100% in a particular activity. So here is where we need some of these tools. And if a fitting is done, if a programming is done with these things kept in mind, it is going to make your programming much better rather than without it. So there is an L3 study. It is a control group study, not non-randomized. So the study strongly recommends usage of one of these tools, and there are many such studies now that are available. So there is no not much kind of studies which are used where the speech audiometry, the role of speech audiometry or speech audiometry findings in audiograms in hearing aid programming. Okay, so they can be used to counsel or even diagnose, and all that is there. But in case of hearing aid programming, maybe in pre-selection they can play an important role. In case of programming is where we don't have so many such studies being used. The other important thing is the precision fit measures, such as the in situ audiometry, feedback cancellation, the vent correction. So these are precision fit measures. So you have in situ audiometry, as you know, Widex is a pioneer in using this. Any kind of fitting of Widex products without in situ audiometry is not really going to be a successful fitting. You must go through in situ audiometry to get a very good fitting. So Widex is a pioneer in applying this thing. You also have this in across the manufacturers. Everyone has this in situ audiometry, but the way Widex uses is slightly different, and it is one of the pillars, or it lays a foundation for selecting the entire sound quality in Widex products. So the feedback calibration, now it is being done in a much more professional fashion, but it does play an important role. What I would suggest is whoever is doing the feedback testing, start looking at the results and see if it is meeting the expectations. If it is not meeting expectations, what you should do, because it is a feature that the patient is paying for, and obviously there are many subtle or gross ways the feedback cancellation, if it is failed, you're going to have a fitting which is going to get affected in subtle ways to even very gross ways, where patient may not be able to hear anything because the feedback test has completely suppressed your gain. So it could be as subtle as they hear a sound which a whistling sound, they are not able to explain, or these are certain things which will affect your fitting. So the precision fitting has to be done, and it has to be done in a much better fashion. If you don't do precision fitting, such as in situ audiometry, you won't get a complete gain because there are, as you know, the in situ audiometry will only bring corrections to the thresholds because the receiver is being placed closer to the eardrum. The feedback calibration is going to influence the amount of gain and output. So without that, you are going to get wrong gain and output, and it may lead to a very different experience. It may even lead to rejection or even stopping of the hearing aids. So the vent correction is another important aspect. So there are there are now manufacturers who are doing this thing automatically, like Widex is doing this vent correction in an automatic way. You have all the Moment series products where the vent correction happens in a much defined and sophisticated fashion. So this also plays a very important role. Otherwise, without these, if you can imagine fitting a hearing aid without any of these precision measures, it will lead lot of fine tuning, and you will be clueless as to what went wrong. So as you know, these are the things that can go wrong, but you will never be able to figure out what are those, how to fix these things without the precision fit measures. The auditory deprivation, You heard yesterday from one speaker, and today also, not in a bigger way, but you heard about sensory deprivation playing a role. The auditory deprivation certainly plays an important role in, the hearing aid fitting, and it's very important we find out the number of years with auditory deprivation. That will give us a very important clue. I just taken a screenshot from one of the poster sessions I had attended in Isha conference, and this is the picture. The table shows. I took it with the permission of the author, of course. So the table shows the more the number of years of deprivation, how many test measures they can go wrong with. So in the very first year of hearing loss, somebody is deprived of full sound. They can get a wrong results or abnormal results in gap detection threshold and the acceptable noise levels. So in 2 years, the another test is speech and noise. So even though you get under headphones speech in quiet scores quite reasonable, but over the years, as the number of years somebody lives without an amplification or with auditory deprivation, you will see more and more measures. Some of them are frequency, the frequency aspects. Some of them are related to, you can see from third year onwards, simple word recognition scores in quite also start getting affected. So if you measure with the same kind of audiogram with the first year versus third year, you will see some influence. There's some decline in the word recognition scores. So it is very clear. So it starts with very difficult situations, and then it goes into even simpler situations such as quiet situations where auditory deprivation is going to have an influence in your speech understanding. So how do we deal with it? For years, I have seen very important patients where we struggled a lot. The auditory deprivation plays a very important role. It's not only in terms of these measures. So the interaction of let's say somebody has come to you after 10 years or even 7 years of auditory deprivation. He has not used, but he suspects that he has got hearing loss since 7-8 years. And if you give a hearing aid, it is going to be a very complex way of interaction between the amplified sound and some of the distortions that are already developed in the auditory system. So whether it is, these are the, what you see in the table are the distortions that are developed in the auditory system because of no sound flowing into it. So most of them are related to the central auditory system playing when the sound is not coming from the peripheral auditory system. There are small changes that lead to distortions. So if you all of a sudden give a full sound to the system, it's going to be overwhelming. It may be even under effective in many cases. So now, thank God that now you have very good acclimatization programs that are there in the hearing aids. So the auto acclimatization feature is a very important feature, and there are studies which prove that it is very helpful. At least there are L3 kind of studies, and we have also seen in our clinical care that these play a very important role. Instead of giving lesser sound, these patients do not accept full sound because there is a not only more sound, there is distortion, as you can see from the previous table. When you give full sound, there is so much of distortion. They are not able to tolerate that kind of a distortion. So what they want is lesser sound. At lesser sound, they are having lesser distortion. So they kind of settle for a new terminology called preferred gain. So there is a prescribed gain versus preferred gain. They settle for preferred gain because there are lesser distortions over there. But it is, as an audiologist, we should never stop at preferred gain. Take them to prescribed gain because it is almost always closer to the under amplification zone. So the under amplification zone, he will not get the benefit whether in quiet or in noise. So it's important that we address this aspect with the help of auto acclimatization features that are there in different manufacturers. So Widex has the auto acclimatization feature not only for amplification program, even for frequency transposition. So how slowly you want to take it from 0 to whatever amount of frequency transposition you want. It's a fantastic kind of flexibility manufacturers are giving, and you will see this across manufacturers that acclimatization feature is now available, and we better make use of it. The previous experience with amplification does play a very important role, and there are studies which are directly showing it. There is an L2 study, randomized control group study, that shows that somebody has an effect with linear or semi-linear technology, they are going to have a different choice for amplification. They prefer a different algorithm of amplification basis their previous experience. So same is if somebody has used frequency lowering technology all the while, his choice for amplification algorithm is going to be very different than a conventional, a routine amplification that we can give. There is also the aspect on frequency bandwidth. So you would know that there are some hearing aid users who have used a full bandwidth. A hearing aid can offer up to 12,000 hertz. There are hearing aid users who have used up to 12,000 hertz, or even, let's say, even 8,000 hertz, 10,000 hertz. This is very, very common in children. So children who have used a very good hearing aid is something obviously which is something coming with a huge bandwidth. So the ones who have used with a huge bandwidth, they have a very different amplification. They prefer to have as many frequencies as possible. So if they have used a lower bandwidth hearing aid, they always prefer a lower bandwidth hearing aid. The vice versa is also true. And we always have to keep in mind the gain values that the hearing aids offer. The standard gain values are 40, 50, 60, 70, somewhere plus or minus 3 dB, depending on different manufacturers. So you have different receivers, you have different hearing aids that are available with different gain settings. They all have to be considered before we give a if depending on the experience they have with one of these gain values, we select a hearing aid that matches or it is closer to this particular gain value rather than give something. We have had so many such cases where somebody has been using a 50 dB receiver and suddenly we realize due to the hearing loss that has progressed, he may need a 70 dB receiver. But audiologically he needs a 70 dB receiver, but if you give 70 dB receiver, he wouldn't accept. So he prefers a 60 dB receiver, even though it is giving under amplification, not better results than 70 dB, but he prefers. So these are certain things that are going to play an important role. The cognition you heard from the earlier speaker, the cognition is something that is going to play a role. But there are some studies which show that the people who are compromised on cognition, so not necessary that they have a dementia where there is a completely abnormal cognition levels, even somebody who has got lower cognition levels, they're marginally low on cognitive functioning, this is something you can straight away draw conclusions from their age. If somebody is more than 70, 75, you know that they are going to be compromised on cognition, especially the aspect what we call as the working memory. So you can do a formal testing and do the intervention, but there are studies which show that you give them something with longer release time, so you can activate. Now today there are hearing aids where you can even select the release time. It's not there in Widex, but there are other products where you can select, and that Widex hearing aids are automatically they prefer to, or they're by default they provide a, or they most of the time they provide a longer release time, and we can even to some extent we can activate this in their sound class technology feature also. So the cognition is something, if we know that somebody is compromised in cognition, so So we can select one important feature, that is the release time. The longer you make it, it is going to be more acceptable. It is going to yield better results both in quiet and mostly in noise. So there is one tool. As an audiologist, you are not authorized to test somebody's cognition. It is in the domain of the psychologist or psychiatrist. So but you are entitled to do the screening. So this particular screening test, what is called as Montreal Cognitive Assessment, so this is available in several Indian languages. So Gujarati, Kannada, Malayalam, Punjabi, Hindi. So these are different languages. It's available free, of course. So you can use this thing. It's quite easy to administer, and it's something you can use it. And apart from hearing, they also have the cognition affected, and you are sure, for sure, you're kind of looking at the results. You're confident that they're going to do better with a different kind of a hearing aid. So as you know, today's technology, and there are some companies promote the name, the cognition class hearing aids. They are predominantly, they have at the center of their amplification strategy is the slow release time plus some of other features, which makes the hearing aid or the amplification that is more suitable to somebody who has got lower working memory. So this is a very important aspect, as we are going to see more and more old people as India becoming an older country, and more elderly people are going to survive because of better medical care, better revenues, and better lifestyle that has been adapted over the years. So you will see more and more of these people. So you better have a separate class of hearing aids, especially meant for those who are compromised on their cognition. Really measurements, less I speak, it is better, and you know that it is proven across, and some clinicians have started using, and it is a very good development I can see. And it's very important we use really measurements more often. It's not only for matching the target gain, or matching the gain of the hearing aid to a prescribed gain. You can also use it to check the open fit. Is it really open? Or we can even check some of the features like noise reduction, directional microphone, even frequency lowering technology. It's an important responsibility we check rather than always go by impressions of the patients. So it could be biased sometimes, it could be incomplete or immature, the impressions could be. The best way is to check them through relay measurements, and there are studies which talk about fittings done with relay measurements without relay measurements. There is an entire there is an entire group of studies done by the there's a huge group of studies which are done and shown that if the fitting is done with a proper relay measurements, the number of sittings or number of fine-tuning sessions are going to reduce significantly. So you can save time, and you can the patient can also have more quality sound, not just visiting your clinic and again. We also have often some decisions to be taken between the fitting formulae. Most of us are comfortable using the proprietary formula, whether it is Widex rational or any rational that the company has developed versus the generic formulae such as NL1, NL2, DSL. So there are studies which talk about NAL versus DSL. There are L2 kind of studies which are proven, which are done in adults, children. There's an entire breadth and length of literature that is available on this. So we can apply this as a very important tool. So rather than always going by the proprietary formula, if you are comfortable with this, you can make it an option A or B, and always keep the generic formula as an important option so that you can give a better fitting. So the simple reason is the generic formulae are based on voluminous literature that's available, and it is being tested time and again in different age groups, different gender groups, different hearing loss groups. So whereas we don't see that kind of literature about the proprietary formula for obvious reasons. There are audiologist related factors, and you guys know better than any one of us here on this. There are some soft values and so many factors that flow into audiology related factors, so that will make your fitting much better. So we also have as I told you about the simulated sound samples we give. Should we give only audio, or we can give audio visual? How many samples we can use? What type of samples? How should we act basis the patient's feedback or observations? So these are so many studies available. One piece of information I can share with you is it's always better to use audio visual samples rather than simply audio sample. It seems it gives a better acceptance, I know that many clinics use loudspeakers. They do not use TV screens to give you that kind of an effect of audio visual. If you can go to that level, and the experience is going to be more realistic, and the acceptance is much better according to this study. So this is the study from MarkTrack 8. So the entire group of us, this is a huge study. As you are aware, market track studies are, they set really benchmarks, and they set really some points where the hearing care need to reach over time. And these are the studies which are, this particular study shows if you do a fitting with the verification, or verification and validation, or none of them, how many sessions you are going to take to settle him or make him accept the amplification or the fitting you have done. If you do the verification and validation, you're going to take 2.4 sessions. So within a couple of sessions, you're going to complete without any verification. Verification in this case is relay measurements. If you don't do that, validation is again a phone call or a review study. If you don't do that, there will be any case, there will be up to four studies on an average. It may even go to 8 studies, 8 sessions. They may even reject the hearing aids. So these are important observations from the literature, and which gives us kind of confidence that we should focus on the verification and validation, especially using relay measurements. The fine tuning, coming to the second aspect on the fine tuning, where a person started using the hearing aid, and obviously there will be questions on quality, clarity, loudness, sounds from distance, the transmitted speech, whether it is television, telephone, the reverberation noise at workplace or residence. So all these are some of the factors that drive, and we have several actions as suggested by so many studies. If the complaint is about soft sounds, what should we do? If the complaint is about transmitted speech, what should we do? If the complaint is about high frequency speech sounds, what should we do? So these are several actions recommended, and the evidence is available for each of them. So audiologist always has to be not only by clicking next and completing the programming session. He should be able to completely have an ear on the ground and understand the listening difficulties or listening experience of the patient to a larger extent, so that he can complete or do the fitting in a much better fashion. So we have so many audiologist related factors also, but we don't have soft values. As of now, we don't see any studies on soft skills of the audiologist which are evaluated in these studies. I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that there are different programming zones. There is not one programming or the amplification level or gain level that we give. It is a range. It's a huge range. At the two ends, you have under amplification or over amplification. We should always make sure we should not cross these lines. if we give under amplification, so there are people who don't prefer the gain that you want to give or suggested by the software. For any kind of reason, always use some acclimatization so that someday he can come out of under amplification. So you have to know that this person is under amplification. So over amplified persons, there are studies which show, even though not now, but there are other studies which show that it can lead to damage of hearing, and it can even elevate your thresholds. So hearing aids the amplified sound can damage your hearing. So please be very sure that you are not playing with thresholds or gain, so that you do not cross that line. In between these two are different zones. So I would call them as two important things. One is the prescribed gain, there is a preferred gain. So now preferred gain or preferred amplification, because it's not only gain output, so many features playing into it. So the preferred gain is usually softer than the prescribed gain. The prescribed gain is usually louder than the preferred gain. So but the more the acrimonious kind of a thing that one has to keep in mind is the prescribed gain. How soon, or is there a scope for me to give a prescribed gain? Prescribed gain is something which is by a particular formula, and I'm verifying it through RAM fitting. So many a times it's not possible. You always end up giving lower amplification because of so many reasons. So it is going to be a preferred gain region. So between these two, what you're going to lose? You may lose sound clarity, you may lose quality, you may lose comfort, you may gain acceptability by giving preferred gain, you may lose acceptability by giving prescribed gain. We have to trade carefully. I want to warn all of you that we always have to remember that there is a 3 dB rule that applies at what we study in the acoustics classes is applied even here. So 3 dB, 6 dB, we keep on reducing the gain. We are not just reducing the gain by so many decibels, we are actually sometimes we may end up even halving. So we may end up giving 50% of the absolute sound. So decibel, as you know, it is a logarithmic unit. So please do not only go by the decibel. It is if you are going to reduce the gain by, let's say, 6 dB, you are actually reduce the amplification by 50 dB sound. When you reduce the sound by 50%. So keep these things in mind, and it is very important that we work with this perspective to give more of prescribed gain. So, and I just wanted to give you this piece that evidence-based practice will only help you reach this prescribed gain. Otherwise, we end up doing the same next, close or reduce the gain here. So follow the fine-tuning aid as recommended by the software without any audiology attached to it. You may end up in under amplification, most probably. So with these thoughts, I'll leave you, and I encourage all of you to take up more evidence-based practice in your routine care. So these are some references. Most of the studies I quoted are taken from this important document, which is little old, 2006. And after this, there is a voluminous research that's available about amplification. So this document itself is so very important. All of us should be aware of it. The American Academy of Audiology guidelines for audiological management of adult hearing impairment is a very important document. And there is a commentary to this document in audiologyonline.com. These two will help us get these are available free online. So these two will help us get a very important perspective and will shape up our a simple aspect called programming towards a better and quality care. So with these thoughts, I leave my presentation. Thank you so much, and wish you a lovely evening ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, for such an amazing session. I'm sure that points mentioned here would help all of us to improve our practice and take it to the next level. This would in turn increase the patient satisfaction level and hearing aid acceptance by elderly by grades and by grade session. So with that, I would like to take some questions, though we have received many questions over here, but respecting time, I would like to take only one question. Okay, so there is one question. Should we consider companies' recommended fitting formulas or stick to the NAL, NL1, NL2, or DSL in Indian scenario?
Yeah, I mean, in the first, your objective is to provide a evidence-based care. You must always follow a prescribed or a generic formula, what we call as generic formula, such as NL1 or the NL2. More recently, NL2. You have NAL RP for severe profound class categories. So these are best recommendations. Obviously anybody would recommend them, but I would give you one suggestion that you keep them as options. So you want to keep them as option one, or you want to keep the manufacturer formula as option one, it's up to you, but definitely keep this generic formula as an important option and try one of these options before you finalize your fitting. This is my suggestion.
Okay, thank you for giving your suggestions to that question. We have many questions, but we would send those questions across to you. You can just answer those particular questions later on, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Manish. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for answering those questions and clearing the doubt of our participants. I thank you on behalf of entire Widex team and Isha for delivering this valuable session. Thanks a ton. So with that, we had planned a break of 5 minutes here, but considering like we are running short of time, we would quickly take our next session coming from our next speaker, who is Miss Meenakshi Wadhera. To tell you about her, she is the founder and CEO of Meenakshi Speech and Hearing Clinics Private Limited. She comes with a rich experience of over 30 years. She has been a part of premium institutes like AIMS and PGI Chandigarh. She is very passionate about her profession and has positively influenced the life and hearing health of over thousands of patients. She has authored and presented many papers in numerous national and international workshops, a certified dangerous decibel trainer, and has conducted many noise awareness activities in school. As on date, she supports more than 1,500 cochlear implants recipients, and she is here today to share her expert opinion on recent insight into intervention in ANSD, auditory neuropathy spectrum disorder. I am sure like we all would have come across cases of ANSD. It's a complicated case to handle sometimes. So today she is here to solve all such complications, which would help us to serve this patients better. So let us invite her here to get some latest insight into this topic. Ms. Meenakshi, over to you.
Thank you, Manish, for this nice introduction. And I would like to thank Widex for giving me this opportunity. But at the onset, I would like to also tell you that we are really running late, and I'll have to be, I probably won't be able to entertain any questions because I have to be opening my another program. Okay, let's go ahead with the presentation. Actually, I've been asked to talk about recent insights into intervention. It's a very challenging topic. As it is, the ANSD is a very challenging condition to manage, given the heterogeneity of its presentation and the variety of options for management. Ultimately, the clinician must tailor the treatment to the individual child, which requires frequent follow-ups and communication with families, educators, and other providers. So, by definition, when we talk about auditory neuropathy spectrum disorders, it is defined as a retrocochlear disorder where otoacoustic emissions are normal and auditory brainstem responses are abnormal. The term auditory neuropathy was originally described by Starr and his colleagues in 1996. So it's kind of a new entity in our profession. And Then other workers prefer to call it auditory dyssynchrony, but during the guidelines developed in the conference at Como in 2008, a consensus was reached to adopt the term auditory neuropathy spectrum disorder. The term ANSD was considered helpful as it expresses the wide range of presentation, prognosis, and underlying etiologies associated with the disorder. Next slide, please. The prevalence of ANSD remains uncertain. The studies report prevalence ranging from somewhere like 1% of hearing impaired patients up to 10%. This variability reflects the wide heterogeneity of clinical profile of our ANSD patients. The prevalence of SNHL in NICU, which is discharged population, is around 1 to 50 compared to 1 to 1000 in non-NICU discharges. Similarly, their ANSD prevalence is also very high. It is up to 30% of all SNHL patients in NICU discharged children. So these are various risk factors. Probably I won't go in detail in any of them, but hyperbilirubinemia being very common, but we need to understand we are considering hyperbilirubinemia which like connectors at levels which requires exchange transfusion, and hypoxia being the second largest factor, and which requires like intraventricular hemorrhage, encephalopathy. All these are high risk factors. So when we are taking the history, when we are diagnosing ANSD, these are important things to consider. So just to mention that evaluation would include all what we do usually for our SNHL, but a special mention to middle ear muscle reflexes and tympanometry is very critical. OEs, ABRs, they, one test does not, we cannot evaluate ANSD with using one test. So we need to have a battery of tests to evaluate this. So what are we looking at? So this is kind of the minimal battery that we should be looking at. Basically, speech discrimination score in adults. When in children, we are looking at autoacoustic emissions and the test of auditory nerve function, that is ABR, and then tympanometry, and as I said, MER. Next slide, please. So what characteristics are there in ANSD? Clinical, usually when a patient comes in, usually they say with a child, they say the child has a problem listening in noise, or adult. They say sometimes they hear, sometimes they don't. So there's a fluctuation. There's a delay in speech language development. And audiologically, majority of the individuals, when we are looking at them, when we talk about PTA, they show reverse slope or peaked audiogram configuration. The speech recognition abilities of the individual are varied, with perception being good in few, but in majority, it is not congruent with the pure tone thresholds. So, and OEs are present, whereas ABRs are not present. We find cochlear microphonics there, and there's a although our tympanometry might have regular patterns like A, but the middle ear muscle reflexes would be absent in these cases. So, as I said, ANSD is substantially more complex than typical sensorineural hearing loss, and the prognosis for developing spoken language is more uncertain. So ANSD is difficult to manage, as conventional guidelines of sensorineural hearing loss do not necessarily apply, because as I mentioned, there is no correlation between sound detection levels and sound processing abilities in these patients. Patient management is even more difficult in infants and children, as we cannot rely on behavioral testing in young subjects or ABR data. Finding the proper management for successful language outcome is often a lengthy process, and age is critical factor for neuroplasticity, and this can impair the child's language and cognitive development for years to come. Okay, about 7% of ANSD children develop spoken language, as we said, saying, so without specific intervention also. So how to know whether this child would fall into that 7% or not? So that is a job of a professional to ascertain. And so whether there are other set of patients who would require hearing aids, FMs, or both to relieve the detrimental impacts of noise on their hearing, but the majority of the patients are candidate for cochlear implants. To complicate this further, maturation may also affect the appearance of ANSD. That is, then when we are testing very young children, we are not sure whether it's a maturational effect or it is actually the ANSD. So to make the diagnosis, we have to wait over a period of time, which actually delays our diagnosis. With such diversity among children, as I said, it is usually becomes very late by the time we start our intervention. Crucially, in absence of usable auditory sensory input, the likelihood of spoken language development also falls behind. Next slide, please. So to summarize, many children with ANSD, as I said, are detected late. So age of diagnosis is an issue, like with any hearing loss child, with any SNHL case. And again, the factor of neuromaturation fluctuation plays a very important aspect in detection and diagnosis. Progression of hearing loss, in the ear anomalies, which are more like degree of severity. There is no correlation between sound detection and speech processing abilities, and recommendation hence becomes more difficult. Next slide, please. So the location of the problem that cause ANSD differ from person to person. With commonly used clinical tests, it is not easy to determine the specific site of the problem in a given individual. I will mention the latest suggestions here in my further slides, but for regular practice, it is really difficult to know the site. Therefore, no medical treatment is currently available. Management options would require. So once we have we confirm the diagnosis or we suspect ANSD, of course, we need to make wait and observe the child over the period of time. And once we are kind of sure, we can even start with amplification trial. We can start with FM. There are two options which can be followed, FM or hearing aids. And if they don't seem to work, then we start recommending a child for cochlear implants. Next slide, please. But before any recommendation, counseling plays a very important role. A sufficient counseling is critical, I would say, for the families, for the people with ANSD. The common, but the most common complaint when the patient walks into our clinic, parent walk into our clinic, is we think the child hears, but he doesn't understand that what we are saying. So there's a confusion. So when we tell them that they have this, it's very difficult for them to understand. So we do need to explain to them the whole pathophysiology of ANSD, what actually, that it's not structural issue, it's more of, it might not be a structural issue, it might be just a functional issue of our nerve. So all these aspects need to be considered right at the beginning of starting to intervene, like the intervention process. Next slide, please. So the first intervention, one of the intervention as we would be talking about is FM systems. Why? Because we know that these people have challenge hearing in noise. So to give a better signal to noise, to make it better, the signal to noise ratio, we can use FM systems, especially when we are talking about milder form of ANSD or moderate form, where they might not require intervention like cochlear implants. FM systems could be a great help to them. Next slide, please. So the challenge comes when we talk about hearing aids. There is a very varied, in literature also, there is varied opinions regarding this. They, some children with ANSD do benefit from hearing aids. However, many children with disorder get limited hearing aid benefits or no benefits at all. An easy to use and reliable way to predict who will and who will not benefit has not been yet firmly established. So we have to look at a variety of approaches that we can use. Next slide, please. But so I'm going to talk about some literature. So sorry. Okay. I think we skipped one slide. Can we go back? Yeah. So there, as I said, there have been many studies wherein the benefits with the hearing aid for patients with ANSD ranges. So, but majority believes that majority of the patients have no benefit. If you look at this, when we talk about good benefit, we talk about functional interactions. They can actually have a regular communication without the need of any help. Some benefit, of course, helpful in language acquisition, and we can advise these patients to go ahead and use maybe hearing aids or FM systems and watch and observe their development. And little benefits means they only hear the environmental sounds with the hearing aid also. So actually, next slide, please. So there is a study which again demonstrate. This study actually was performed as a part of retrospective review of CAP, cortical auditory evoked potentials data, which was collected in brain and behavioral lab over 15 years period. So during this data, a total of 58 children with ANSD were analyzed. First, a cross-sectional analysis was performed and participants were divided into two groups, unaided group and aided group. In addition to cross-sectional analysis, they also examined results from 16 children with ANSD in whom they had longitudinal data. Next slide, please. What did their results say? Their results said that, before we talk about their result, there is a new, there are a lot of studies which have suggested that inter-trial coherence is an important index of cortical phase synchronization in children with ANSD. So they used this to evaluate the benefits, and the result, what they found was that they found no significant difference in mean peak of ITC values between aided and unaided conditions in the cross-sectional group, and the data from the longitudinal portion of the study showed no difference between the ITC values with hearing aid experience, and half of the individuals from the longitudinal portion showed a significant decrease in cortical synchrony over the aided to the unaided condition. This finding suggests that amplification through hearing aid does not appear to improve cortical phase synchrony in majority of individuals. Furthermore, a significant decrease from aided to unaided points in half of the longitudinal sample suggests that at least some children, the phase locking may be decreased as a result of amplification. Hence, this study definitely demonstrates that hearing aid might not be solution for most of the patients with ANSD. Next slide, please. But there's still a significant population, as we said, that who might not go for the hearing cochlear implants or might not be the candidates for cochlear implants in this population also. So when should we use hearing aids? And so when we say that in case of mild or moderate hearing loss or nerve malformation or syndromic form of ANSD, that is, there are a lot of studies which today say that if the etiology, I would be talking about that in a bit, that if the etiology is genetic etiology, there is a correlation between different degrees of ANSD also. So acoustic hearing aids in such cases where we have mild or moderate or syndromic, hearing aids might be sufficient. But once we determine that, then and once we can actually determine the specific ear specific thresholds through behavioral testings or any means, then which is usually at around 6 months, then we should go ahead and start fitting the hearing aid. But we should have a very close monitoring and adjust as needed. There's another caution. We say that we need to have a strict watch, and we should proceed very conservatively if the speech evaluation shows receptive or expressive language delays, and the parent auditory questionnaire identifies areas of concern. In spite of using hearing aids, if all this is there, then we should progress to our next intervention, which is cochlear implants. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So when an infant doesn't show any sound awareness, a cochlear implant is usually the only viable management option that can be put in place very early in age to optimize speech and language development. Cochlear implants have been proven to be beneficial in many ANSD patients, with both children and adults demonstrating improved speech perception in quiet and noise, as well as evidences of synchronous neural responses. Among the infants with ANSD showing sound awareness, the majority of the patient show sound awareness. Some will still need a cochlear implant to develop speech and language because the auditory nerve signal is too distorted to convey necessary speech or some type of amplification, and the use of visual cues might be required. So this is another study which actually demonstrates the benefit. Next slide, please. By Fernandez et al. This is kind of a latest in 2015. I know this is a crowded slide. I would just put a summary of this, and what it says is that they did a review of literature, and they found that the selected studies have shown that there is no difference in the test score of hearing skills of ANSD CI children and CI children with sensory neural hearing loss with respect to speech detection, discrimination, and recognition of word and sentences. But they still say that the long-term studies of ANSD CI children aiming to evaluate the hearing perception of noise in relation to the site of injury and its influence, as well as time elapsed until these children reach the maximum performance of hearing skills, are needed. But there is clear indication that CIs do help in ANSD. Next slide, please. There is yet another interesting area which is coming up, that is cortical evoke CAEPs, cortical auditory evoke potentials. It kind of plays, it seems to is playing an important role in making an a kind of intervention decision. It helps us in making that decision. So there is this study. This study explores central auditory maturation and behavioral outcome in children with ANSD who use cochlear implants, and it applies an objective method to understand the effectiveness of CI intervention for this population. And the findings which suggest that ANSD participants who use cochlear implants fell into two distinct categories based on their P1 latencies. Children who showed age-appropriate cortical maturation and children with delayed cortical maturation. So, CI appears effective at providing the auditory stimulation needed for central auditory maturation in children with severe disruption in neural synchrony. All children with CI had P1 response, though not all were normal, and this is in contrast with results with amplification, where not all children displayed P1 response. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So here we talk about the role of CAPs in ANSD. This is kind of a recent or development which is being talked about, and there are a lot of studies which are happening further around this. So CAPs are the ones which are going to help us in evaluation and decision making process when working with individuals with ANSD. Also, an additional use of CAPs in the treatment process it can also be used in acquisition of auditory thresholds. Though peripheral auditory thresholds may not be highly related to behavioral auditory capabilities in individuals with ANSD, they are necessary for hearing aid programming and determination of cochlear implant candidacy. And unlike in infants with SNHL, early auditory thresholds cannot be obtained in newborns, as we have already said with the ANSD. Furthermore, the threshold information obtained using CAEPs is likely to be more reliable than peripheral hearing threshold, since CAEP thresholds also reflect their cortical processing abilities. Now, whether to use a hearing aid or cochlear implant as an intervention for children with ANSD, one could make more informed clinical decision by using the P1 latencies of CAP latency calculation and ITC in combination. That is, if a patient presented with normal P1 CAP, that is within 95% confidence interval from normal P1 latency development and a high level of ITC, a clinician might conclude that the degree of underlying dysynchrony was mild and might be treated with a hearing aid. And synchrony might improve enough to allow the normal or near normal behavioral outcomes. But if a child's P1 CAP response was delayed relative to the normal limits, especially after the hearing aid trial, a more severe level of neural dysynchrony might be assumed. In this case, hearing aid may not be able to promote sufficient synchrony to drive normal development. Thus, a CI might be recommended for these children. Next slide, please. So the rules that we need to follow for cochlear implantation when a child has an ANSD is, again, like in SNHL, we say early implantation must remain the standard of care in such cases also. So if we have a known autofurlin mutation, we know that CI outcomes are better in such. There are many studies that indicate that the outcomes are better in autofurlin mutation in ANSD. And cochlear nerve malformation or associated disorders are negative prognostic factors for CI outcomes, but they are not contraindication. So I've taken this reference from a study which is by, sorry, I can't read this, small by, yeah. So just a minute. Yeah. So by a study of Ramona Daniel et al. This is actually a very latest study, 2020 study. So if you need, I can share the reference with you. And we say speech perception impairment may be severe enough to indicate cochlear implantation. If their speech perception is better with hearing aids or even without hearing aids, then we definitely don't require cochlear implantation in these children. So in short, all our criteria that we follow in our regular CI, the approach that we follow should also be followed in this, along with other factors that we just talked about. So we say that the site of lesion along with the auditory pathway seems to also be the prognostic significance. We get optimal CI outcomes in ANSD with genetic etiology is reached in individual affected by presynaptic IHCs or synaptic dysfunction, as opposed to patients with distal auditory nerve lesions. Patients with ANSD, gene mutation responsible for presynaptic and postsynaptic cochlear dysfunctions like OTOF and all these mutations had a significantly better outcome in speech recognition compared to patients with mutations in the genes responsible for spiral ganglions. So in short, if we have ANSD case, doing a genetic test might be a good way to actually have some kind of predictive information, or it would help us in predict outcomes in these cases, because audiologically we don't have any predictive tools per se. Next slide, please. So I'm going to be, we have already said that there is a delay in management, and all these sectors we have covered. So next slide. I would just close it here. I would like to say that some children, the literature, all the studies have shown that some children benefit from hearing aids, some don't. So there is no single approach that fit all the children with ANSD. Like we know that with SNHL we have some criteria which can guide us to that, but in ANSD we don't have such criteria. That children, there's a variety of there is kind of so much of difference in ANSD that it is almost impossible to detect the benefits they are going to drive out of a particular approach. So it is helpful to work closely with the professionals who have experience with this particular disorder. A team approach can help. We need to take into account the parent observations and what technique would help them. We need to determine that, and with guidance, families of course can try different approaches and evaluate outcomes over the period of time. But after saying that, time is still a very crucial aspect, like as in SNHL. So as professional, it is our job to make a decision whether a child would benefit with ANSD or not is very, very crucial. Next slide, please. Thank you. I know I rushed, and I was actually because as I said that there were a lot of things going on around. So, but thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I hope I could have done a better job.
Thank you, Ms. Meenakshi, for such an amazing insight into that topic. You have literally presented a complicated topic in such a simple manner. Thank you for that. Respecting time, we would be skipping our Q&A session for now. If you don't mind, we will send those questions to you later. You can just answer them later. So thank you. Thank you for this session. Thank you for giving me your time. Yeah. So with that, let's move ahead for the final part of our session. But this was the much awaited part and much excited part of this 2-day summit. The session is a panel discussion on the topic Hearing Aid Prescription in Adults Best Practices. And we have invited some amazing and experienced personalities from all across the globe. But before that, I think we should take a break of 5 minutes. Okay, let's quickly take a break of 5 minutes here, and then as soon as all the panelists are available, we can start the session.
Manish, we have all the panelists on board, and we can start right away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for confirming it, Nagarjun. So we'll just start the panel discussion here. I will quickly request Nagarjun to please come on the board and take this panel discussion ahead.
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Yes. All right.
Manisha.
Yes.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, now, yes.
Yes, you're audible. Yes, you're audible. Annie is there, Manisha is there, Eva is there, and Dr. Rashmi Bhat is there. We can see all of you, and also all of you, I think all of you are unmuted also. So we get started without any delay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the panel discussion on best practice sharing of prescription in adults. Today, we have with us 4 distinguished panelists who are expert hearing care professionals themselves and whom we have carefully chosen to get the input from different perspectives. Having said that, introduce our panelists one by one in alphabetical order. First up, we have Ms. Lilija Nilsson. Eva is a senior audiologist specialist and trainer at part of a global education and event team WSA. She has worked at various capacities in university hospitals before she joined Widex in 2000. And since then, she has worked as audiologist, team leader, and product trainer. Eva will truly represent Europe, and I just mentioned she also has a global overview of what's happening with audiology dynamics. Eva is speaking to us from Sweden. We are glad to have you for this discussion, Eva. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yes. Next up, we have Ms. Jenny Smith. Jenny is an experienced clinical audiologist who has worked with adults and children in both Australia and UK. For about 20 years, she was a consultant to Widex headquarters, working as a clinical trainer at an international level with interest in the developing countries across Asia. Her passion is best practice in hearing healthcare technologies. She currently supports Audiology Australia in all elements of their educational and continuing professional development programs. So Jenny is one of the perfect person to give us some tips for best practice, and she's right now speaking to us all the way from Australia. It is really our pleasure to have you, Jenny. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Nagarjun. Delightful to be here. Hello, everyone.
Our third panelist is Ms. Manisha Suru. Manisha Suru currently working as lead audiologist at Omni Hearing Clinic, Mumbai, India. She was actively involved in a cochlear implant program at Indian Naval Hospital, INSH Ashwini, for 5 years. She has also worked as a consultant audiologist at Bloom Sensor retail clinics for 9 years. Along with her clinical expertise, she has presented research papers on adult cochlear implantation at various national conferences. Today, she'll be sharing her experience with us, and she is speaking to us from Mumbai, India. Welcome, Ms. Manisha. We also have Dr. Rashmi Bhat. Dr. Rashmi Bhat is a professor in audiology and principal at Dr. S.R. Chandrasekhar Institute of Speech and Hearing. She's been working at various capacities at Dr. S.R. Chandrasekhar Institute of Speech and Hearing since 1998. Her passion is in language development in children with hearing impairment. She has guided around 70 dissertations and currently guiding 2 doctoral students. So she'll be giving us today both academic and clinical perspectives in today's discussion. She's speaking to us from Bengaluru. Welcome, Dr. Rashmi Bhat.
So this is a proper global conference, I would say.
Absolutely.
All 4 corners.
Different quarters. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And I myself, Nagarjun, will moderate the session. All attendees, when we are discussing, if you have any questions which is coming to your mind, kindly shoot them to us. You have the chat box, and you also have the question pane if you are, question panel if you're attending through the mobile. So you go ahead. Just before we start our panel discussion, all that I would like to tell, the goal of this panel discussion is to enhance the knowledge of all of you, your students, hearing care professionals, for on the best practice protocol in hearing aid fitting, especially in adults. What we're looking at is providing the effective tips to improve everyday hearing aid fitting, which may not consume much time and may not involve extra manpower. So let's get started with some basics. When it comes to hearing aid prescription, testing the patient is very, very important, and that is, of course, is going to happen just after the patient history. That is very important, again, to set the right baseline and goals. But when we say assessment, what exactly becomes important and what doesn't is something which we need to know. I know that best practices have been discussed a lot on panels, but it is always good to stress upon the topics which we already know and to make sure and revive them. Are we on the right line when we are treating the patients? So my first question is actually to Ms. Manisha Suru, and that comes from the basic test pivotal audiometry. Let's assume that is an ideal client entering your clinic. How much importance do you give for clinical masking when it is actually necessary? And will it really help us in fitting hearing aids?
Okay, Nagarjun, so this is a very, very basic question, I would say, but very, very important. So as for any other ailment, when a diagnosis is accurate and made in a timely manner, patient has the best opportunity for the positive outcome, I would say. So when it comes to hearing loss, the diagnosis is based on audiogram. So the valid audiogram is the one which is done with the proper BC and AC masking. So if the hearing aid is prescribed without taking into consideration the actual true AC or BC thresholds, the foundation itself for the gain calculation is incorrect. So then either you are under amplifying or over amplifying your client, and ultimately client will be unhappy. So this is the foundation which we need to take into consideration first and foremost before taking into any other consideration. So it's the most basic thing, but most important thing, I would say.
Yeah, so well said. So that is something which is important when we are doing the basic testing. It is important to do the masking. It is very important to get the accurate thresholds, make sure that the baseline is set, right? So thank you for answering that. And quickly moving to Eva here. So Eva, to tell us something about the importance of entering the BC thresholds and UCLs in the fitting software, because I always hear care professionals, some of them say, yes, I enter and it helps. And some of them say, no, it doesn't really matter. So, Eva.
Well, yes, I think it's important for us to remember that all the rationales, our own, when I speak for Widex here, the Widex fitting rationale, the NAL, NL2, and the DSL, we all take height for the bone conductions if you enter them in the audiogram. But depending on how big the air bone gap is, then we have a different take on that. So I think it's important to bear that in mind, that if you have a bigger airborne gap than, say, 10 dB, then there will be an extra gain put on the amplification. So that is one really important thing to remember. And if I only speak for Widex right now and how we work with the airborne gap in the Compass GPS software, then it's important to know that when you enter the audiogram in your NOAA database, for example, and enter a airborne gap more than 10 dB, then we will add on extra gain for that. So you can see that in the target, actually, when you look in the fine-tuning windows, you can see the target is a little bit below where you see the actual gain in the graph. So it's important to just bear that in mind. And even more important is if you redo an audiogram for some reason and not enter the airborne gap, because that could very well happen that you just check the audiogram, just do the air thresholds and don't enter the new bone gap, and then you will not have the additional gain applied. So that will be a mismatch between your first gain and then the second gain in the fitting of your hearing aid. So it's important to just be aware of what the different rationals do when they see an airborne gap that is more than 10 dB, and we all have extra gain to that. So just bear in mind that if you have an airborne gap that is more than 10 dB, you should always re-enter also the bone thresholds in the audiogram if you redo your fitting. That's important. So there is a prescription method for the airborne gap for all rationals to be aware of. It's important to bear that in mind.
All right. So Eva says that it is important that we need to enter the BC thresholds. It is important that you need to consider the BC thresholds. Now in India, it has been always known that we do the AC, and when we are entering the thresholds into the software, sometimes I see that the BCs are not entered or the masking is not done. So just it was the right point that we need to touch upon this. So I also understand that you spoke about the airborne gap, and it really matters how much airborne gap. And all just note down that in your fitting software there is always an option that do you want to include the BC thresholds or not, and we recommend that you do. Yes, thanks, Siva. And quickly moving to Rashmi Bhat here. So I would like to ask you in brief, ma'am, what other tests along with PTA would you consider essential for hearing aid in adults? Now, I know the attendees know a little about it, but what is your opinion on this?
As a teacher, I would like to say that as many tests as possible in my battery. But now what happens with hearing impairment is that, okay, the pure tone audiometry just gives us an idea about the degree of impairment. It doesn't tell me what is the activity limitation, maybe moderately predicts activity limitation, and it also very poorly predicts the participation restriction. So as we go by the ICF, it is important for us to see how speech is affected, how their speech perception is affected. So speech testing speech audiometry becomes the most important part of my battery. So a standardized procedure with the full list has to be used. And obviously after this, I would also like to see speech in the presence of noise, because that's what a patient usually complains of. So speech and noise testing also has to be done. Though generally, clinically, people try to use 0 dB SNR. I would say a -5 dB also has to be used, because that gives it a more difficult kind of an aspect. So it will give us a better idea about how they perform in noise. And in addition to this, I would also suggest a test or a screening procedure for identifying if the elderly have a auditory processing issue. So there are already checklists available, small checklists, so that can be used, so that that issue is also taken care of. So my battery basically would contain all of this. And now people also have started using the ANL just to find out how much it is important to tolerate the levels of noise also. So a hearing aid amplifies both speech as well as noise. So I would assume that we have to find out how much of the noise is also tolerated by the person. Though we have not started using it in the clinics regularly.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So that is basically a stress on the speech audiometry and the importance of speech audiometry. So any of you who are yet to start your clinic or already started your clinic and doing the practice, make sure that you have the speech audiometry, and please note the importance of speech in noise testing, and especially taxing the system, like testing at -5 dB SNR becomes very, very important, and also ruling out something which is not a pure cochlear hearing loss becomes very important, and that is where comes into a picture of the testing for auditory processing disorders. So that was a good insight, ma'am. And so considering these things, that let's say that now we have for our ideal patient, the assessment is ready, it is it's the results are ready and we have the interpretation done, and it is the time for us to decide what is the hearing aid that we need to choose. And I would like Miss Jenny Smith to answer a question here. What would be the best way of selecting a suitable hearing aid, which can be fully featured, or which can be which is what, like a model? Go about it. Because here we just would want to do. I mean, some of the clinics are really following lifestyle methods, but would you choose a hearing aid just on the basis of the pricing?
Thank you, Nagajan. I think it's very interesting that as diagnostic audiologists, which is where we start, we do focus on the audiogram, but the audiogram doesn't tell us anything at all about the person sitting in front of us. And so the audiogram, as Eva pointed out, it is a tool for programming, and it's a tool, if you're fitting an audiogram, that's fine, but our goal is to fit people. And so if we're going to be fitting people, we need information about that very special person sitting in front of us. And we really need to be able to determine what their listening and lifestyle needs are. The audiogram doesn't tell us that. The audiogram tells us about their ear, but they haven't come to us. They've come to us for us to eliminate a problem that may be able to be treated medically or surgically. And for that reason, we need very accurate audiometry. They may also have challenges around understanding speech, which we need to determine when we're setting up our expectations for hearing aids, which is why I would agree that speech testing is important. But in terms of determining the right hearing aid for the individual, we absolutely need to assess their really personal listening goals. And I would always do that by looking at the COSI. Because that is a recognised outcome measure that is really going to determine exactly when it is the priority for the client to be wearing a hearing aid. So we need to shift our focus in rehabilitation away from diagnostics and onto rehabilitation, and then all of our energy goes into determining the communication needs of the client.
Yeah. So that would comprise of their personal life, social life, occupational life, all together, and the participation from family members also would encourage us to select a particular model.
Yeah. And I think that's a very important point, Manisha, that the focus is very much today on don't just ask the person, don't just ask the patient. You must get information from the significant other, because they often have a much more realistic understanding of the client's needs.
So when a client walks into my clinic after doing the audiogram and all, I always ask the significant other who has accompanied them, what are your difficulties? I don't ask the client, what is your difficulty? I always ask them, what are your difficulties, So then they will start that blah, 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 like that.
Absolutely. And I think, that informal dialogue is absolutely the critical way to get your information. But for new clinicians and for junior clinicians, it can be really helpful to have a more structured tool like the COSI goals to really, and the advantage of something like a COSI goal is that you do before and after measurement. So you can measure change, and that's the goal, is to really document to the client that the hearing aid has made a difference.
Yes.
Right. So what I understand with this discussion is, now once we have the results from the assessment, what we are doing, so immediately you need to really consider speaking to the patient, speaking to the family, and also assess yourself what are the primary goals of him asking for help. Why has he come to you? What are priorities for your patient? So understanding that is going to get us close to selecting the exact hearing aid, an exact management, and that is how we are going to actually handle this. So we have with us audiogram, we have with us the interpretation on one side, and on the other side we have a list of priorities which we need to solve, a list of goals which we need to make according to the problems this patient is going to have. So that's a great discussion. Moving a little ahead from that particular discussion, immediately when, once we select the hearing aid and we fit the hearing aid and we also, fine tune it, I will be coming back to fine tuning a little later. But my question is on, is there a necessity to do a real ear measurements, especially for adults? And I would like Dr. Rashmi Bhat to answer this, how important it is to have an REM in audiology clinics and, who generally fit hearing aids, keeping in mind, not many clinics out there really have it.
Yeah, you nailed it there itself. I think it is difficult in terms of the monetary involvement there, in terms of the purchase as well as the maintenance. So I'm not expecting all private clinics to actually have the REM measurement. Objectively, it can be used, yes, but we prefer to use it especially in children here, because anyway they are not going to be able to give us a behavioral kind of benefit information, and it is better to fit accurately and as early as possible. So I would prefer to use a really a measurement with children. But in adults, unless, it is very difficult for them to give us that indication through functional gain measures, we have not really made it mandatory here. Objectively speaking, and from the theoretical perspective, I would say all training institutes should have one, because the students need to get this demonstration and an idea as to what is its benefit over the functional gain measures.
All right. So if it is there in the clinic, it is fine. But if you do not have it clinic, do not really worry much about that. So I would want Eva to just start with a little, if you can tell us what in the fitting software, would get us a little closer. And I also would want Jenny to add up a little on this.
So you mean what you can use if you don't have the REM in the clinic, or yeah? So, and I agree, that is an expensive equipment, and if you don't have the opportunity to work with the REM equipment, then we have in the Compass GPS software a tool that's called Speech Tracker. So it is a very beautiful way to assess and see how the hearing aid is working when you speak, and how it could be you yourself who speak, it could be the patient who speak, it could be a significant other who speaks. So you can see how the hearing aid is working, if it's giving you the amount of amplification that you require for this hearing loss. And it's a very easy tool to work with, easy to see and measure, and show also the significant others that might have followed to the clinic. Hopefully they do. We want them to follow, to accompany. So you can at once see how well the hearing aid is working, because speech, in the end of the day, speech is what we all like to hear, right? And that's what we need the hearing aid to show, that it's really doing the job. So the speech tracker is convenient, it's free, and it's in the software, and it's very close to speech mapping without the REM measurement or anything like it. So I advise everyone to actually use the speech tracker if possible.
Yeah, and it's very easy for significant others to understand what is the benefit being given by the hearing aid.
Yeah, it's very easy to counsel when you see that difference exactly. Yes.
And you can do it with and without the speech. How is he hearing, and when you start talking, how much benefit he is getting.
Yeah, exactly. So it's very versatile. You can use it for a lot of various situations there. So yeah, it's really good.
Okay, so Jenny.
Yeah, I mean, can I just add, I think when we talk about REM, we don't need to do REM. We need to verify the fitting. And to verify the fitting means to show that the device is supporting the client to manage their hearing aid. There's nothing in the word verification that means you must do really a measurement. And many people, I think possibly are still doing a gain measurement. Now, we don't listen to gain, we listen to output. So you need to be doing an output measure. That means if you're doing a REM measure, you should be using live speech mapping with the DSL approach. And I would absolutely back up what Eva says, is when you're using speech tracker, that's an output measure. It's real time. So as the significant other raises their voice and lowers their voice, you can see exactly what's happening because it's changing over time. And when we listen to people talking, it's changing over time. So it's a wonderful tool because you're verifying. In other words, you're showing the client that the hearing aid is supporting them to hear better, but you're also validating because you're able to counsel with it and you're able to counsel the family. So it's a tool that does both of those processes in real time in the real world. And I work in Australia and I have a lot to do with the Bloom network in Australia. And in Australia, the Bloom network only uses speech tracker for verification. Verification is a requirement of our government program, and we all use speech tracker for that verification process according to our government requirement. So I think it's really changed the way we can focus on verification to have that tool.
Yes. So Jenny, and one more thing to notice here is the speech tracker comes to everyone free, and the measurements come with the cost, right? So that is something which all of us here who is attending need to notice, that if you have the speech tracker right there in the GPS software, go ahead and just use it. It is the best verification tool. Now, keeping this as a base, I would like to ask a quick question to Manisha Suru here. How important do you feel that by doing in situ audiometry, do you see there is a difference for the patient if you just do audiometry based fitting and if you add on the in situ audiometry? Does it add value?
It does matter, because when you are doing audiometry, you are doing, of course, here, at least in my clinic, I do with the headphones, so it is at the ear level. And when you do with the in situ, you are doing inside the ear canal, which is much closer to the tympanic membrane. So there will be slight difference in the thresholds, and it does verify your audiometry levels also. So definitely it is very, very important to do in situ audiogram, and the patient really feels that yes, you have done a proper job for them. So that's all.
Yeah, so that's a great feedback, because that is something which is coming from the clinic who are fitted to the patients who are having high dynamic lifestyle. So it does matter to include the in situ audiometry, although you're doing the re-audiometry in the hearing aid.
Yes.
The
Yes.
receiver, the generation of the sound is actually very, very close to the TM. It really matters. You're getting closer and closer to getting the accurate SPLs and for the better gain prescription. So
yeah.
Thank you. I'm moving on to our next question out there. Assuming now we have the client, we have fitted, and we have just moved on from the fine tuning. If they have the REMs they are doing, but we spoke about a lot on how better they can use the speech tracker right here. I would like to ask you a question. If you can tell us a little brief on what are the important factors that we need to consider when we are fine-tuning a particular hearing aid to the patient before just we go into the outcome measures.
Is that you asking me, right, Nita?
Yes, Jenny. Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. So first of all, I would say whenever I fit a client, if I've done my in situ audiometry and then I verified the fitting with speech tracker, I would never do fine tuning at the first appointment. I would really encourage the client to really go out and experience sound in the real world, in their own environment. Really stress that we've had it as a base. We've started with their audiogram. We fine-tuned it in the clinic for real speech. Now we need to know their experience in the real world. So I would never fine-tune at the fitting. And that means I would always want every client to come back, not just the clients that are unhappy. So the happy clients and the unhappy clients must come back for a review so that we can know what we're doing well and what we're not doing so well. And then when they come back, I would always start by not letting them talk to me about the problems, but really start by looking at what the positives are, going back to the COSI goals, making sure we know that they're achieving their COSI goals, talk to them around those positive listening experiences, and then look at the data log, because the data log will tell us if they've actually been wearing the hearing aid or if their complaints are based on 10 minutes of use when they first left the clinic. So we need to know they're wearing the hearing aid. And then I would really want to focus on, are the complaints related to motivation? Were they not really committed? Are they related to expectations? Did they really insist on buying a very affordable hearing aid and then expect to hear as though they've got the premium quality hearing aid? And only then I would begin to look at very specific listening situations. And if I was going to fine tune those specific listening situations, I would ask 3 questions. Where were you having the problem? And then I would go into the sound classes and work out. So they said they were having problems in the car. I would probably pick the transport as the listening situation. And what were they looking for? More audibility or more comfort? And then you are adjusting the whole feature set. You are not just adjusting gain, which doesn't reflect the problem. You know, gain is about audibility for your audiogram. So you adjust the full feature set for audibility and comfort for the given listening situations. And again, then you get the client to wear it and they come back again and you can determine how well they've been able to solve the problem that they came with. So a very long answer. I'm sorry, Nagashan.
That's fine to me. Considering, you know, fine-tuning as a topic, I think we can go on for, you know, more than 2-3 hours.
Yes.
But that is short answer.
Jenny, the situation or the environment that you all live in and the situation and the environment that we live in is very, very different. So basically,
yes, lots more noisy. Yeah.
I have learned over a period of time in our kind of a situation is if you keep your low frequencies lower by 5 to 10, even if you do your in situ audiometry and all, and at the time of fitting, you lower the low frequencies by 5 to 10 dB and increase the high frequency by 5 to 10 dB really makes people happy. You know, because we are a very noisy community, I would say, and as Indians, we speak very loudly also. So these are the things that I have noticed.
Manisha, you know, I can remember I trained that for many years. I trained that, but I have
a lot
to
of
say,
cultural factors also need to be taken into consideration.
True.
But I would say now with the moment hearing aid, with the pure sound, because the characteristics of the sound have changed so much that for that particular device in the pure sound program, it's not such a priority that it used to be when we were fitting the older models of Widex hearing aids.
Yes.
I don't. But I absolutely agree. I had always had that approach that you had. But I do think we need to look that Widex has taken that on board, and with the pure sound program, it may not always be as important to do that.
True.
Eva, would you have a comment on that, Eva?
Well, I really enjoy listening to all of you. I think you have points and good starting points also, and that's the beauty of the world, right? That it's so different where we all live, and that we have different requirements, our wishes and needs on the environment around us. So what I would like to add is the real life insights possibility that we now have in Compass GPS together with the app, the Moment app or the Evoke app if you're working with that platform. So that gives us also yet another possibility to actually get an insight in the real life of every end user that is working with the app, and they can make adjustments on the fly wherever they are, and then come back to the hearing clinic, and you can have a really good discussion on how to improve various situations where they might need some extra help, or you can just discuss the functionality of the hearing aid. So it's also it's another way to come a bit closer to all the millions of people that are using our hearing aids out in the world, and just try to really understand the real life situation for every one of them. So, but I really like your approach there, Jenny, with the going back to the questionnaire and also letting them go home for a couple of weeks or so before you do any adjustments. Never do anything the first time when you fit a hearing aid. So I'm really on the same page there as you are. So yeah, but artificial intelligence is really a good instrument to use here as well.
Okay, so that's what happens when I open a discussion on fine-tuning. So I know
Rashmi
a little about.
still wants to make a point, I think.
I think students will still love to listen to that, because that's where they actually fumble. I mean, in the sense, the idea is that, first fit and that's it. So they don't really realize that there's a need to keep calling the people back and then, do the fine tuning and do it several times so that finally the person is satisfied.
Yes.
So yeah, that input needed to be there.
Yeah, there's one more thing which I would like to mention here to Jenny, Manisha, and Eva, that I have studied in the same institute. Dr. Rashmi Bhat is right now. I mean, she has been a teacher for me. We see that the follow-up sessions, we see that the patients who are coming back to institute for fine-tuning are very, very, very less. It is because the assessment is thorough. It is because the masking is done. It is because the fitting is done so well that usually the follow-up sessions are, quite less. We see that most of them are happy. Even I would tell you the repair rates are quite less. So that really tells us all the attendees who are attending here that if you are really thorough with what you are doing in your clinic, it does pay, right? So coming back to the summary of the fine tuning that Jenny rightly mentioned, that it is the priorities. You need to solve what are your main problems first, then go back to what you got it. Taking help from data logging, taking help from real life insights, it is something which is very important. Just first analyze, get a subject information from the patient, look at the objective information what you can get from the software, and make up your mind and do the fine tuning. But make sure that you do click on the right parameters, and that's what is more important. And also Jenny mentioned a little about the outcome measures and the follow-up sessions, and my next questions will be on that. And so quickly asking Dr. Rashmi Bhat about which would be the best hearing aid outcome measure would you choose to assess the benefit of hearing aid?
Okay, you all students, Google and find out there are thousands of, okay, that's a little exaggeration. There are several questionnaires which talk about outcome. Some of them are expectation measures, some of them are satisfaction measures, and some of them are benefit measures. So out of all of this, there's a slight difference in terms of all of these terms, which you would anyway find out. So I'm not going to take time describing all that. But my preference would be to use the AppHab. A short questionnaire, 24 questions, and it covers 4 areas of ease of listening, difficulties in noise, difficulties in reverberation, and then it also talks about aversiveness to noise. So this generally gives us an idea, and what I would suggest is that you do a pre-fitting and then also do a post-fitting so that it is able to give you an idea as to what exactly has to be looked into. Plus, when you see that improvement, the patient also feels happy that, okay, now the hearing aid has given me this benefit that it is. Yeah, so it's kind of a face validity also there. So yeah, we haven't started using the AppHab very regularly, but now that we've talked about it, I think I will go and tell the department that this has to be done. So my people who are listening, beware.
So yeah, so that's something which is coming soon to all clinics. I hear a lot about COSI, and probably for the Indian settings that as Dr. Rashmi Bhat said, that it could be the best one is AFAB. So that is about the outcome measures, right? Outcome measures, of course, there is a bit. It is a way of documenting what you have done with the patient. It is a way of noting it down, how your patient has progressed after you have fitted the hearing aid, after you have fine-tuned the hearing aid, and that is giving more assurance to your patient and the family out there, right? So just quickly sliding from the outcome measures to the follow-up sessions, and this becomes a very, very important topic and the last topic for us to discuss on and I'm sure that all of you will have a different views on the same thing. And I would like Jenny to start with what would be the perfect follow-up sessions, and what is the time gap that you would want between the follow-up sessions?
Yeah, so I mean, I think we have highlighted already that the most important thing is that every client comes back, and they come back, and they must come back, and that's the way you get to trust your hearing aids, and you get to trust your own clinical skills. When they come back after 1 week or after 2 weeks and they say no problems, and the concept of only come back if you've got a problem, we really tried not to do that, and I think that's quite common in India. Just come back with a problem, and you must come back when you're happy. So we always used to do 2-week reviews. Now we do 1-week review, and then if there are problems, we would probably do a second. Then we would do our fine tuning, and then we'd do another review probably 2 weeks after that. And if they were happy, we often like to try and make sure that we do a review within the return for credit period. But then we would also probably go for 6 months, and then 12 months, and then annually. And to me, an annual review is very, very important, because they come back every year. You maybe just check that they can change the batteries, check that they're using it, see if they've got wax. It's not necessarily you don't even need to connect it up to the software for changing the software, but it is very much about making sure that you're still connected with them, so that you're always on the hearing journey with them for life.
All right. So before I speak a little more about what Jenny said, I just want to remind all the attendees, if you have questions, it is now the right time. Please just type it in the chat box and send it to us. I will be picking the first 2 to 3 questions, and all of our panelists are more than happy to answer them. So Jenny, you just mentioned that it is important, and you feel that the follow-up sessions, even after 1 year also, it is quite important. You need to ask them, you need to set up the calendar, ask them to come back, and it really matters. So Ms. Manisha Suru, how do you manage the follow-up sessions in your clinic, and why it is so important for your client to come back to your clinic often?
Yeah. So I usually tell them first two sessions are kind of compulsory. First, when I fit the hearing aid, and second for the follow-up after say 1 week or 10 days, so that whatever the acclimatization levels I have set, whether they need to be changed or are they okay with it. And later on, depending upon their needs and all, and which type of a hearing aid they have taken, whether it is app based or without the app or so, to take a separate session for the app. Because if you give all the information on day 1, half of the things are left in the clinic itself. They will not take it home. Half the information they will not take it home. So we need to go step by step, and considering they are all elderlies, so we need to give them the information in bits and pieces. And then whenever they feel like for a fine tuning, they can come in. So usually then after 6 months or 9 months, they would come up when they feel their hearing may have slightly deteriorated, and they say, oh, I have not, now I don't hear as well when I got my hearing aids. So that's how. And then usually after 3 years or so for an upgrade.
Very important for the upgrade.
Yes. So that's how.
Yes. Okay, so thanks, Manisha, and that basically brings us to the end of our panel discussion. For attendees out there, I'm sure it was a session. There's a lot of things which could be repetitive, but just make sure that you have a checklist in front of you. Am I really doing this in my clinic? Am I going to do this in my clinic? Because that is something which becomes very important, and that is something which is going to bring us result for this panel discussion. So our aim is to make sure that something which is not very time consuming, something which is not you may not have to spend money on, but which you can still include in your daily clinic work, in clinical decision making, to make things much more better for your clinic right there. Having said that, I would like to take the first question right here. The question is, hi, my question is, most of the manufacturers' softwares tend to estimate the vent effect to be really high, like 4 mm, and in compensation apply a lot of low frequency gain, even normal low frequencies. So the first impression with open fits and tulip comes to give an impression of echo for the patients. How should we tackle, as it is sometimes, which is going to give the first impression for the patient? So I would probably ask this question to Eva. Eva, so yeah, the question is, yes, the question is, yes, that, at the first fit, most of the times that we feel, the patients feel that there is an echo. So is there a way that we can tackle this?
Also, so setting in the fine tuning, you mean, for if the and if the patient is experience echo in their own voice? That is the question. Yeah. You're falling out a little bit for me, so I just hear every second word. But well, if the patient is experience an echo of their own voice, you could always try another ear tip first. But if it's not possible to change the ear tip or the vent size or something, it's always a advice to go into the fine tuning and open up IG Loud and look at the lowest frequency part area there, and do some decrease in the gain in the lower area. Maybe the 3 lowest frequencies for IG Loud would be my recommendations. But first, have a look at the ear tip size, have a look at the vent size if you can do anything about that, and then the fine tuning would be my recommendation for that.
Okay, thanks, Eva.
Oh, of course, I can add also, sorry, but the sound classes, of course, comfort and audibility is also a balance that you can also try to work with and have a look at.
So, Nagarjan, can I just add, I think patients, when they first put on a hearing aid, the first thing they hear is their own voice. And of course it will sound different because they're hearing sounds they've never heard before. And I think it's very important to put that to one side and to go on with the fitting and to come back at the end of the point. And very often that concept of occlusion, it's not actually occlusion at all. It's really just my voice sounds different. And I think if you are doing your sensogram and then you're doing your feedback test is going to give you very significant information about the venting. And the question was, many of the manufacturer software tell us about venting, and Widex software is very clear on how much venting you get. And if it's showing that you have normal thresholds and a large vent, and the client is complaining about their own voice, it's very unlikely to be occlusion. It's much more likely to be, I'm hearing sounds I haven't heard before. And that is just, even in the course of a half-hour appointment, the person is more likely to adjust quite quickly to the sound of their own voice.
Yeah, because when they start using the hearing aid for the first time, they have been talking in the volume which they have been talking without the hearing aid.
Yeah, exactly.
So feedback in a day's time or so, they will lower down, and the occlusion and all will definitely be much better.
And we can actually add also on that the Pure Sound program that we discussed before with the Moment platform has proven to have a better impact on their own voice for the first time when they listen to hearing aid for the first time. So that's also a very good alternative to try and let them listen to the Pure Sound program as first timers. So various solutions.
Lots of solutions.
Yes,
but I think
there are a lot of solutions, and that is something I hope it has answered. So there are definitely a lot of solutions. It just starts right from the level of product selection, and if it's RIC, it's the receiver, and what is the dome, the ear tip, what you're using, the ear canal, and a lot to do with the fine tuning, as mentioned rightly by Manisha, Eva, and Jenny. So we have a next question, a quick question, and this is something which I would like Dr. Rashmi Bhat to take up. The question is there any role for electroacoustic characteristics in daily hearing aid fitting? So I know it has something to do with the EAC, so we didn't speak a little about EAC. So the question is, should we be using electroacoustic characteristics in daily hearing aid fitting?
No, daily hearing aid fitting, no. I would do an EAC only when a patient comes back and says that whatever is the prescribed amplification is not sufficient for him. And if I'm trying to say that the hearing aid is, I want to find out whether the hearing aid is working okay as per the specification which is provided by the manufacturer, that's when I would do the EAC. Otherwise, daily fitting, no.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, ma'am.
I wonder what the others feel about that.
I would agree with that. Yeah. You know, there's no value in putting your hearing aids through the test box every day.
Yeah,
we know that today's modern hearing aids are much more reliable than they were, you know, when I started hearing aid fitting.
Yeah, so just a quick yes or no answers from all four of you. Do you recommend electroacoustic characteristics in a clinic setup?
No.
I know that comes with the cost.
No.
No.
None of our, in Australia, none of the clinics in Australia would have a hearing aid test box. No,
I would just like to add here that the institute like ours are always ready to take up these, assignments, and we would do the testing for you, so you don't have to maintain that. It's a way of collecting money for me.
Yes. So if at all, if you really want to do electroacoustic characteristics, you can always seek help from the institute. Teaching institutes will have it, and they have it for a lot of research and teaching purposes, and that is something which you can do. I hope that is that answered the question from the attendee. And the last question, I know we are really out of time, but the questions are actually keep coming, and we're not going to take more than this will be the last question for us. And the question is quite interesting. Here in India, even after assessing lifestyle formally or informally, if patient says I don't have enough money for the prescribed hearing aid, how do I manage? Right. So I think that's a very practical question.
Low then.
How do
your expectation should be low.
Yeah.
Your expectations, the way you put forward the hearing aid, the expectations should be kept absolutely proper. You cannot give them promise them star or moon. So the expectation, even with either the basic or the high-end one, should be kept proper. So that's how it is. So counseling plays a lot of important role while fitting and giving the hearing aid. In fact, it is one of the major point. So person with the highest, the top of the line hearing aid would be most unsatisfied, and person with the lower feature hearing aid would be most satisfied, depending upon the counseling and the expectations levels that you have given to them. So that's
okay. So that's the answer for the question. So
could I just add? I think it's really important to have your discussion around what do you want to hear, when do you want to hear, why is hearing important. The client that comes in and the first question they ask is how much does it cost, is you need to shut that down. It doesn't, you're not going, as Manisha says, you've got to set up correct expectations, and that depends on when they want to hear. And if you allow the client to come in, sit down and say how much is the price before you've even had any opportunity to build a rapport with them, you're never going to get the outcomes that you need. You need to focus very heavily on this is really about what your communication needs are, and as Manisha said, it's all about setting up expectations.
Yes, yeah. Thanks Jenny and Manisha. Would you okay, so that is something which I wanted to hear from all of us, because that is a a practical issue which is especially for an Indian scenario. So if you have assessed the lifestyle, and if you think that according to lifestyle these are the issues that the patient is facing, and if you feel that there is a mid end or a high end which can really help the patient, and you chose to give that to the patient, and if patient says no, I cannot afford it, you can always say that, you know, what I recommended to you is this, but what you're going for is this, and that is the reason that you may have to compromise. And I would not really hesitate to go one step ahead and take a written consent also if it is required, because in the future you should never have a problem that, you know, patient coming back to you that you know you gave me a hearing aid but it didn't really help. So if you all agree with me, then written consent is, you know, which is always mandatory. I think institutes and teaching institutes really manage the written consents very well.
Yes, we do.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
No, I just wanted to agree with that. Yes, we do the consent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Consents. Yes. All right, so that is actually brought to so the time is up and we are going to conclude the panel discussion. I would like to thank all of you right here. I've always interacted with you one-to-one, and having all of you together is such a bliss for a great discussion, like, you know, best practice in amplification for adults. Thank you again. It is, I know, a lot of, like, you know, out of your work time, and some of you, like, it's late night, and some of you it is out of work time, but taking back and really taking this serious, and all the attendees are being active, and that concludes the panel discussion for today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For inviting
very
us.
much, Suzanne.
Thank you very much.
Nice seeing you all again.
Bye-bye. Good day.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day.
Yes. Having said that, I would like to transfer the session to Manish, and Manish, over to you.
Thank you, Nagarjun. I would like to say thank you to all the wonderful people for having such a great and informative panel discussion. We all really learned some amazing stuff from this discussion, which would definitely improve our practices of hearing aid prescription as a whole. So thank you all the leaders for taking out time from your busy schedule and enlightening us on some really important topic. So guys, now is the time for quiz. Like, we would be having 4 questions for this quiz, one coming from each of the session. And to run this session, I would request Mr. Nagarjun to please come in and please take us ahead for with this quiz section.
Thank you, Manish. As Manish rightly mentioned, this is the quiz time, and we will have 4 questions which is coming to your screen, all the attendees, and all that you will have is the choices. So you will have to select the right choice of the answer, and you will have around 30 seconds to select the right choice. The first question comes to your screen now. What is the name of machine learning feature in Widex hearing aids? The options are Sound Sense Learn, Pure Sound, Audibility Extender, Sensogram. This question comes to you from the presentation Oliver Townend, who spoke about AI and machine learning in hearing aids. And we have already lost around 30 seconds. So if you're right in front of the laptop and mobile, just go ahead and click on the right answer. What is the name of machine learning feature in Widex hearing aids? Is it Sound Sense Learn, Pure Sound, Audibility Extender, and Sensogram? I will close this question in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As you can see on your screen, the right answer is Sound Sense Learn, and 78% of you have answered that. Moving on to our second question here on your screen. The second question is minimum frequency handles or bands according to the evidence-based practice L2 recommended in fitting software for fine tuning. Or is it 2 gain handles? Is it 3 gain handles? Is it 4 gain handles? Is it 6 gain handles? This is minimum gain handles which are recommended in a fitting software. So this question comes to you from the presentation Dr. Shiv Prasad Reddy, evidence-based practice in alert amplification. I can see already so many of you have answered the question, and I will go ahead and closing this question in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As you can see on the screen, screen that 45% of you have answered it is 4 gain handles, and that is the right answer. Going ahead with our third question, here it comes on your screen. What is the full form of ANSD? Is it auditory neuropathy spectrum disorder? Is it audiology neuropathy spectrum disorder? Is it auditory neurospectrum disorder, or is none of the above? So the question right now on your screen is full form of ANSD. Is it auditory neurospectrum disorder, auditory neuropathy spectrum disorder, auditory neuropathy spectrum disorder, and none of the above? I will go ahead and close this session and close this question in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As you can see on the screen, 76% of you have answered auditory neuropathy spectrum disorder, and that is the right answer. Moving on to our fourth and last question. Here it is coming onto your screen. Which of the following is not an outcome measure? Is it COSI, is it AFAB, or is it ARIA? I would like to repeat the question. Which of the following is not an outcome measure? Is it COSI, AFAB, or is it ARIA? Go ahead and submit your questions. I would close this question in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I can still see that most of you are still answering, so I would just give you 2 more seconds. Yeah, so I'm going to close this question now, and as you can see on the screen, most responses have actually come for AFAB, but the right answer is ARIAM. So ARIAM is not an outcome measure. So that completes the quiz time, and thanks for all of your questions. We will be selecting the winner, and we'll be announcing the winner in coming week. Over to Manish.
Thank you, Nagarjun, for running the quiz section. May the lucky person win. With this, we have come to the end of our amazing 2 days Widex Digital Summit 2020. But let me reiterate the sentence which I always say, like, this is not the end, this is just the beginning from Widex. Because a lot would be coming in the future. So be ready for many such exciting announcements in the near future. With those words, I would request our Director of Sales and Marketing, Mr. Shakil Rizvi, to please take the charge of the session and give a thank you note for our wonderful audience here. So I am signing off from here right now. It was a pleasure hosting such an amazing audience for the 2 days. Thank you for listening to me so patiently. Mr. Shakil Rizvi, over to you.
Thank you, Manish. Good evening, everybody, and thank you so much for attending Widex Digital Summit 2020. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for participating and listening to speaker and panelists for this event. We initiated a series of webinars on different topics on audiology and clinical practices and received a very encouraging response. So we launched Widex Learning Academy. The idea and aim are bring to the latest insight and developments in the hearing care profession. Thank you for all of your support and assure you that we will do everything possible to enhance the knowledge and experience. First, I would like to thank Mr. Dr. Krishna Prasad Reddy for his wonderful presentation on technology and his valuable support and guidance for Widex Digital Summit 2020. I also extend my thanks to Dr. Francis Cook, Oliver, Eva, Christine, and Jeffrey for their enormous cooperation in the organization for this event. A big thank you to Dr. Rashmi Bhat, Dr. Reddy, Dr. Megha, and Dr. Hari Prakash for their effort toward their topics. I like to express our sincere thanks to Jenny Smith for excellent tips on hearing aid prescriptions. It was a wonderful session of panel discussion. I really enjoyed. Thank you, Jenny. I also wish to express my gratitude to Meenakshi Wadhera, Mani Bansal, and Manisha Suru for providing excellent analysis of counseling technique and best practices. Thank you, everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen overnight. It requires a lot of planning and bird eyes for detail. We have been fortunate enough to back by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues of Mr. Avinash Pawar, CEO, WSA, and Mr. Nagarjun, Mr. Manish, and Mr. Taranjit, who know their job and are result-oriented. Thank you, guys. So once again, I, on behalf of the entire team of Widex India, express our sincere thanks to all our most valuable audience, special guests, students, technical team, fraternity of Isha, speaker, panelists for gracing their work and sharing with us the findings and opinions today. We all are inspired by your great works. Thank you so much for your participations. And now I am signing off this event today. Thank you and good night.